the ICT4 development course, which is actually part of the computer science curriculum of this university. So we're really happy to have you all here, and we think we have a nice program with lots of speakers from different backgrounds. So we hope that at the end of the day we've seen some of the different perspectives on ICT4D, but also maybe we've been able to highlight some of the synergies and possibilities for collaboration.
Thank you, Victor. Well, a very warm welcome to all of you. We're so happy that you're here. We had the idea of an ICT4D Symposium a few months ago, and this is like a dream coming true. So many of you here and people coming from far abroad to attend this symposium. So it also confirms our idea that ICT4D is really a very important issue that we must discuss together. It's good to be here and to discuss all the issues and see what we can do. So we have guests from all over the world. We have from Ghana, from Mali. We have guests from the UK, from France. We have students coming from Germany, from the UK, especially for this symposium. We have all kinds of ICT4D researchers, practitioners, and users. So this is really marvelous to have you all. So, well, I hope you will have a very nice day. We have, so the speakers, we'll introduce the speakers. We have Professor Tim Unwin, who is the keynote speaker, and he will give his presentation in the afternoon. Then we have from Mali, we have Amadou Tangara, who came all the way yesterday. We have Professor Dittoh from Ghana. We have Professor Mirjam de Bruijn. We have Stefan Schlobach. We have Wendelien Tuyp. We have Stéphane Boyera, and we have Hans Akkermans. We will listen to them and we will discuss together what the different perspectives will be on ICT4D. So now I'm going to give the floor to the first speaker, Stefan Schlobach. Stefan is assistant professor in artificial intelligence here from VU University Amsterdam, and he's also the coordinator, the initiator of the ICT4D course that we are currently giving to master students here at VU. So the floor is yours, Stefan.
Maybe also 10 minutes. Okay, welcome. Can you hear me in the back? Is that okay? Welcome also from me, and I have the honor of starting this symposium. And as Victor already said, we are really excited about it. Haven't had this idea some months ago. Let's invite many people from different backgrounds, sort of as an extension of the course that we're teaching. And suddenly we look around, and this has happened, and really very great speakers. My role today is sort of speaking for the four organizers of this course. So you see here a picture from, I think, the first workshop that mostly Christophe also initiated of downscaling, so really computer science topic where we try to bring the topic of development, helping development, into computer science. And this is also going to be the topic of my presentation today. So I'm a computer scientist, and I'm really a core computer scientist, so one of the hackers you would expect. So there is probably quite some differences to many people here in the room. And I want to give you this perspective. So in a way, I think Hans will finish the symposium, and so you'll be sandwiched by computer scientists, and we'll see how that works out. So my talk today will be about computer science for development rather than ICT4D. And then we see how that sort of fits together. I want to start with the take-home message, because usually you put your take-home message on the last slide and nobody listens anymore, so I put it on the first one. And I have two of them. I have one for the computer scientists in the room, because I have seen quite a lot of them. And I think there is a common misconception, and we should really be well aware of it. And that is if I do ICT4D, I'm not doing computer science anymore. I have to take this out. This doesn't work. So if I do ICT4D, I lose my research. I'm not doing my core research anymore. And I'm trying to argue that this is not the case. So when you do ICT4D, you can perfectly combine it with your own research interests. That's my claim for today, one of them. And the second one is you have to make life-changing decisions if you want to do ICT4D as a computer science. Again, this is not true. It might help to just be aware and adapt your research that you're doing anyway. My second statement to the computer scientists in the room. So the lessons learned, and I put it in sort of a computer science language so that we all understand it as well, that computer science and ICT4D is not, if you take the intersection of the two, it's not empty. So that's, I hope you have all understood it. The second one is a take-home message for the non-computer scientists, and I think that the important thing is that we, as computer scientists, can do more than just help to use computers. So we'll get into that a little bit later. And I think the second thing is that getting computer scientists, core computer scientists involved in ICT4D really creates opportunities. And it creates opportunities for ICT4D as well. So also for the development, we can really help if we address it from a computer science perspective. So the lessons learned should be that computer science and ICT4D are not the same thing. So it's not a pleonasm to talk about two different things. Yeah, I'll argue my case later. But first of all, I want to continue on what Victor said. Why are we here in the first place? And I think the idea is to have a symposium, so a nice discussion, to do knowledge sharing, and to have a friendly atmosphere to exchange ideas and to discuss our positions and to learn to agree or disagree in a friendly way. The main motivation why we're here is, of course, because we have an ICT4D class in our master program, and we have, I think, 10 or 12, or I don't know how many students are here from this class who are actually following this course and who've done really great work. And the four of us organized and coordinated this course, and I want to quickly stand still and talk about this course. So this is a group of students with Christophe working on, as I would say, ICT4D or computer science for development, basically trying to understand how to build working applications on on small hardware, on resource-bound environments. And what we got out in this 2-month project, in this 2-month course, where at the end, 4 very nice projects, I think. One was a voice-based song selection announcement service that could be applied in rural Africa, one milk delivery system for the Tasmanian region, a voice-based medical emergency care system, and a local news portal. Of course, these are not systems that we will ship over there. These are prototypes that our students studied, that worked on. They tried to cover the full spectrum from the socioeconomic analysis to the process and systems design, but also developed prototypes that are partially working. So I think in general, very, very nice results. And I think what the most important thing is that the students and we learn quite a lot about it. So I tried to sort of put our course in perspective, and this is ICT teaching in Europe, and it's not a complete list. So it's really a quick check of what exists. And there are also more bullets in the UK, I believe. There is more activity in the UK than it is here. But this also includes courses that have been given quite some time ago. And as you see, the map of Europe is incredibly empty. So there is very, very little. I might have forgotten some, of course. But even if I have forgotten some, there is very, very little teaching in ICT4D. And if you split this now up according to where does it, sort of what kind of approach to ICT4D is taught in these courses, it's also very interesting because I believe that we are one of the few, or maybe the only one, which is really based in a computer science department. And I'm happy to learn that this is wrong, but I'm not really aware of initiatives from the computer science scientists to get involved in ICT4D. So what is special about us here? It really starts from the geek community. So the people who are mostly interested in tools and are excited to write programs and put cables together. And so this is the starting point. Another starting point is that we have huge infrastructure. So this is a cupboard upstairs we have in the 4th floor, which is the DAS 4. It's a cluster of computers. It's sort of one of the top computing facilities in the country. That's where we start. But also what we have is formal people, people who try to understand mathematical models of how the world is organized. What we also have is some people who are interested in small devices. And what we also have, and that's I think what makes this possible in the first place, is collaboration with people like Wendelien here and Anna. And so the interdisciplinary idea of we are in a network institute, we are in an environment where we are interested and we want to sort of work also in the vision of let's do something interdisciplinary. So to me, the ICT course, ICT4D, is a multidisciplinary course, but in core computer science. And that sets it apart, in my view at least, to many other approaches to ICT4D. And that's why I also think that's the sort of the link to the second half of my talk, and that is what is the relation between modern computer science and ICT4D in the first place. And this is obviously the first thing we want to do if we want to understand something. We go to Wikipedia, put in the question, and then we get a definition back. This is the definition from Wikipedia, and that is computer science is a study of the feasibility, structure, expression, and so forth that underlie the acquisition, representation, processing, storage, communication, and access to information. So I think it's, I tried a summary of that. And this is very much in line with the definition that, or the intuition that Matt Hussein recently also brought in how do we want to see ourselves as computer science, at least here at the VU. And that is in a world that is really more and more increasingly becoming computational. So everybody now uses computational tools, no matter where we are and how we're doing. The computer science gets a new role because we are sort of become an intrinsic part of society in general and of the sciences. So here is a graphical representation of where I believe what the relation between ICT4D and computer science is. And I think that we have a close relation between the development context and technology. And this is where currently ICT4D really is firmly located. And there is a little overlap, the half of the E maybe, or the I, which is really core computer science. And what we as computer scientists should do is also really to push ICT4D more into this intersection of computer science, technology, and development context. And basically that, to me, builds a new discipline, or it's a big word, discipline, but a new research approach that we should take as computer scientists, namely really computer science for development. And the nice thing for us computer scientists is that it's possible and it's surprisingly easy. To clarify, I don't want to say that we're dealing with easy problems. No, what is easy is getting involved. And that's what I want to argue. Because I do believe that it's very close to what we do anyway. It requires only a change in awareness and priorities so that we can start getting involved. Some of us already do it, and they show that it is possible to do it. And most importantly, it really creates super cool research challenges for us as computer scientists. And the plan for the remaining 8 minutes I have is to go through 8 research themes that we are doing computer science on, I've chosen them because I know them a little bit better, but I go through these 8 challenges where people work on and show how easy it is to think of problems that are relevant from a computer science perspective for ICT4D. So the first one is very easy to deal with and quickly done, is human-computer interaction and voice interfaces as a typical example. And I think we will hear quite a lot of this through the rest of the symposium. So I put Victor's face here because he's sort of one of the figures in computer science doing these kind of things. And we'll hear about this in I think 3 or 4 different presentations. So this is really a core example of this. So I'll skip this for now. I want to give you another example, and that is information retrieval and artificial intelligence. And this is a visiting guest we have regular basis. Is one of the persons who worked on the Watson IBM question answering engine that I'm also mentioning now. I think we all agree that information need is the same it's different, but everybody needs access to information as good as possible. And if you think of using the standard Google information retrieval way, and you just want to apply it in a context of Mali, for example, it doesn't work. It doesn't work, and there are different reasons for why it doesn't work. I'm getting to one of them, but there are obviously far more. Sort of one of the biggest successes in computer science we had the last years was the Watson question answering machine, where you could ask generic questions, and this machine gave answers. Very nice, really, really nice. And they've now building a medical system around it, which can really be very powerful in supporting people in their medical life. The problem is that it requires a machine that is, I think, 5 times as powerful as the little machine we have upstairs that I was just talking about. So you need enormous infrastructure to run these kind of engines. First problem. The second problem is related to this map of Mali, where I don't really know much about it, but where you can already see that in this very small part of Africa, you have 40 official languages. So I do not think that Watson can deal with any question in any of these languages. So the multilinguality is a typical example for where we can do our research extending what we have, and really by that, in that way, improving already the technology that can be applied then in ICT4D. Another very important one in the domain of information retrieval, so the access to documents, is content creation, where so small communities have to build the information. And this is a snapshot from Wikipedia I took yesterday, and you see that this is the number of pages you have on Wikipedia in the different languages. And I think we have about 300 different languages, and we do have 10 languages with more than 1 million pages, and then we have, this is about 50 with around 100 pages, and so these languages are then very sort of local languages, I would call them. They have fewer speakers, but it also means that the information access is both impossible on the side of getting to the information, and also there is very little information published in this particular way. So if we can help and support knowledge creation, information creation, and publishing, that could also be a very nice and good contribution. I want to very quickly go through 3 more of these examples, and one is, this is our head of department, Maarten Steen. He's busy this morning, he will come in later, he will also join the discussions. And they work on communication between small devices. So this is a network of Raspberry Pis, which is very useful if you have, in a local context, if you do not have a centralized service. And that's a pure infrastructure approach they take, which is very relevant if you just apply it in the question of development context. I saw Mirjam sitting in the back, working on software engineering. And one of their research topics is sustainable and green ICT4D. This is very, very relevant as well, particularly if you look at energy saving for software. If you have shortage of energy, very relevant research topic. or the approach to software engineering that is very different. I think Hans will talk about it later today. We all know about the sort of the power of communication via internet for democratic development and so forth. But we also need people who really understand how to protect the communication and the knowledge that people put in their devices. And who better to do this than our Professor Herbert Boss, who's really one of the upcoming stars in that field. So how to protect the information whether someone in Uganda is homosexual or not, if they have some information about it on their computers. How can we make sure that? And that's where computer scientists are really needed and useful and helpful, among other people. Then I saw Michelle in the back, so they do research on modeling behavior and change, and how can you understand how people behave. This is an example of an almost catastrophe a couple of years ago on the Dam Square in Amsterdam, where there was a sort of a panic. So if you want to understand emergency response, then you have to understand how people interact and how people react. And that's the kind of research that they are doing. And that is as relevant in our context as it is in the developing context, apart from the fact that the model has to be totally different, I guess, because the people are different and the communities work in different ways. So I think there is a very strong link. And the same is if you want to, for example, do automatic help in medication for people who are illiterate, if the distance between the doctor is very large, then you have to do something. And the last one is sort of more my home, where I come from as a mathematician and logician, knowledge representation. You can, with the logic, you can derive facts. You can tell the computer how to derive new things from model information, and this can be very powerful. You might know this example that humans are mortals, Socrates is a human, so he must be mortal. Doesn't sound very complex, but if you want to do that in a computer, you need some kind of formalisms. And if you scale that up, still not very interesting if you have small networks of information, already more powerful if you put it on the whole web, and that can really be very helpful in application. So here's an example that we have every day. When you Google, you get structured information. You ask for Google, you ask Google for Amsterdam, and you get back the population and which province it is, and so forth. And this all comes because we now have these knowledge representation formulas. Unfortunately, they all depend on technology that is not available in many developing countries. So you need big data centers, you need the infrastructure, you need mobile web browsing, and as soon as you take away the internet, it all collapses. And people like Christophe, they really have done a lot of research on how can we make this sort of internet approach without internet. And this is something only computer scientists can help do it. And this is the kind of research that we can easily do. This is my list of potential challenges that I will spare you now because I think I've overrun my last minute. But come to me and we can have a really nice discussion, and they include privacy and new ways of thinking about knowledge and so forth. So this is an exciting, each of them can be a PhD thesis, and I'd really be interested to work with people on these challenges from a mathematical knowledge representation perspective. So, last slide, take home message. I do not think, maybe it's good to have this disclaimer in the end, I do not think that we have immediate solutions for all ICT4D problems. We don't have the hammer that we can apply to all of your problems. But I do believe that there is a place and a need for really a computer science initiative on development, that there are great research opportunities in computer science for development, and that it is surprisingly easy to get involved. And that was all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stefan. So thank you for a very nice talk. And we've now seen one of the perspectives, which is that of the computer scientist. Now Symposium is supposed to foster discussion about this, and we've been thinking of a way of doing this and to take these perspectives as a starting point. So what we've done is, for each of the speakers, we've asked someone in the audience who's from maybe a different field of research to think of a question beforehand, so to get the discussion kickstarted. And the first question will be asked by Sabina Di Prima, who is sitting there. And I will give the mic to Anna, who will give the mic to you. I'll introduce you.
Hello, Sabina is a colleague of mine from Q International Office, and she's an expert on sustainable land management. And she's also coordinating a course and lecturing a course on development on sustainable land management here at Q. So, Sabina.
Good morning, everybody. I think the crowd has increased by since we arrived. My name is Stefan. Thank you very much for the very interesting presentation, and allow me, very entertaining. So it was a very nice surprise to kickstart this seminar. What I would like to ask is a bit more personal, because I would like to know from you, what does development mean for you as a researcher in computer science? And somehow linked to that, I would like to know what has inspired you to set up a course for ICT4 development at our university. Also because I had my intelligence as well. If I understood well, you have never been to a developing country. So here it is for you.
Yes, thank you. That's exactly the question I was afraid I would get. And I choose not to prepare an answer because I thought I'd try to do it on the spot. No, we have had discussions about the role of computer science in ICT4D. And that's also what inspired this presentation. And part of it was because of this uncertainty that I feel also is, can I stand up here in front of you people and use the word development in the first place? Because my perspective is obviously very, very limited and very sort of, so I hope I came with a humble presentation that also really comes from the perspective of someone who thinks that it is useful to extend that portfolio in research, to take the question of how can we get involved in supporting the developing countries in increasing their quality of life, in whatever way that might be, without necessarily having to become someone who travels to Mali. And so I wouldn't think that I have any expertise to claim in the area of ICT4D. But I think that there's sufficient information, that we have requirement analysis from people, for example, like Victor and Anna and Hans, who sort of define our problem space as computer scientists, so that we can contribute. And in that sense, I was willing to talk about ICT4D today, but I think that is really the core point, that you do not need, as a computer scientist, to change your, you don't have to necessarily become an expert in development to contribute. And I would never claim that I can bring solutions to Mali, but I think that people can bring the solutions, I think, to the problems, the computer science problems, that it will be helpful, that people can take them if they really help to address their problems. A complicated way of doing what I wanted to say. Does that more or less cover?
I think we should discuss further in break.
Do you agree with that? Or do you think it's nonsense?
No, what I admire is your honest and humble way of approaching it and saying, I do not have a solution, but I'm willing to collaborate with people who have more context knowledge to develop together a solution that could fit the purpose. So that is what I like of your answer.
Okay.
And I also asked you about what has inspired you to set up this course. Also, it's a good answer for your students who are here. Do
you want the political answer or the
well, there is no diplomacy here. I think you can be very genuine and spontaneous as you have been so far.
Yes. So I think you get the really personal answer now. And that is that I really want to contribute to this initiative in the humble way that and I knew if I do not give this for myself personally a sort of systematic follow-up, if I don't force me to be involved, I will not be involved. And that was one of the things. Let's give some structure and let's integrate it into our curriculum and make this a part of computer science. And I think that the discussions we had now, the last month, really shows that we can extend this sort of approach of getting computer science a bigger role in ICT4D. I didn't have that in the beginning, but this is sort of learning by doing.
many thanks. I think it's a great addition to our university.
Sorry, Stefan, I saw a question in the back, so first one there. Okay, sorry. Okay, so that's a request to repeat the question, but we'll do that for the next question. So then I'll bring the mic over to the front. Could you please say who you are?
I know. Yeah. So Stefan Boyera. I will be speaking later. So just a quick question. I really enjoyed the talk too, and particularly the beginning where you were mentioning the interdisciplinary aspects of ICTD. But there is one topic you didn't mention, which is all about financial approach, business modeling, and that kind of things, which is both work for people who are more with a finance background, but the technology has a big role to play here. So, is it on purpose that you didn't put that in, or is it something that you feel can be managed separately, or where does it fit in the picture from your perspective?
It's a very good point. Thank you for the question. I think it fits into it's also related to the question we had before, that it's simply something I cannot talk about. So I'm a mathematician. I can give you. I thought maybe I should give you some model theory of crypto semantics, but I thought this is not the right moment to talk about this. But it's also not the right moment of me talking about business models. But there are people who know this, and there are people who know more about it, also from the computer science perspective. I think the software engineer is. It's part of their life of how do you relate the development and usage of software. So I should have put it maybe on one of the points on the slide when I talked about the group of Patricia and Mirjam in the back. It is definitely a very, very, very crucial part of the whole picture. I guess that there are far more people in the room who can talk far better about it, and I agree that we as computer scientists should also think about these business models very carefully. It's that I personally do not have anything to say about this.
Okay, so we'll have one last question. I hope it's brief and the answer is even briefer. Before we move to the next speaker.
My name is Giacomo Rambaldi. I work for CTA in Wageningen. I'm a development practitioner who embraced ICTs years ago. I'm very happy that you mentioned the fact that the approach should be multidisciplinary. I've been animating for many years a network of people involved in participatory GIS. And so there are two populations in the community, GIS scientists, and on the other side you have social scientists, anthropologists, and so on. And so I've been trying to monitor projects which were initiated by the GIS geeks and those which were with support from social scientists, and the projects which were monitored, which were implemented by social scientists, anthropologists, development practitioners, with the support from the geeks. And there is a substantial difference, because the people with technology background usually think that technology is the answer, while those coming with a social background thinks that it's a support to get some solution. And what I've seen in my experience is that the risk that research is extractive, the big question being who is gaining and who is losing out of the process. And if it is development, sincere development, we have always to ask the first question, what we do with the communities on the ground, who is benefiting from that? The student who writes a dissertation and publishes what the community has done and shared, or the community which is deriving a benefit out of that. And I think that finding the balance to that and having a code of ethics is extremely important. And in the list of the 8 initiatives you mentioned, there is one which touches on privacy, and I suppose also on ethics. And I think that's a very important aspect. So maybe if you can comment on that.
I'll try to make my answer briefer. So I agree with a lot of what you said, and I think that also explains my humble approach, that I don't think we have the solutions, but we can contribute to solutions. And I think that Hans' presentation will really sort of be far more explicit about this role of computer science, and so in that sense I completely agree. On the question of ethics and privacy, I think that's a very good example, because Herbert is really, I think, the prime example of a hacker. So someone who understands how to hack into a computer and how to prevent this. I don't think he should act as an expert in ethics. He might be, maybe he has aspects that I'm not aware of, but it's the same. I'm good in mathematics. I think we need this multidisciplinary even stronger, and there are people in computer science, of course, who believe that they have a hammer that fits every nail in the world, or everything in the world. But this is, I think, not the people I try to address here. And really, I think there are enough challenges for us to get involved, even though we sort of leave this discussion to people who know more about it and understand it better.
Okay, and with that answer, I'd like to thank the speaker again. Thank you, Stefan. So there's plenty more opportunities to discuss this specific point, I guess, also in the breakout sessions, but we'll explain that a bit later. First, I'd like to ask the second speaker to the stage. That's Professor Mirjam de Bruijn. I will introduce her while she's walking to the stage. She's Professor in Contemporary History and Anthropology of West and Central Africa at the African Studies Center of Leiden University. And she also led the Fiji research program Connecting in Times of Duress, Understanding Communication and Conflict in Middle Africa's Mobile Margins. And today she will talk about Mobile Africa Revisited. So thank you, the floor is yours.
Okay. And I feel an alien after. I'm probably this kind of social scientist who is also based in the humanities. I'm an historian and anthropologist. I work a lot with people from the humanities, which is again a completely, probably different approach from what you said. And while preparing for this talk, I didn't know what audience to expect. So I will try to be as clear as possible, but please ask questions. And it will not be very high-tech in the technological sense, but it will be high-tech maybe in thinking through social dynamics and processes that this technology is not only creating, but is also being created by the people who embrace technology. Because I think that's a very important thing to remind. Technology is nothing on its own. It only exists with people, especially in ICT4D development. Why Mobile Africa Revisited? It's just a hint to a research project that I finalized last summer. It started in 2006, and it was sort of looking at this very rapid entrance of mobile telephony in certain regions in Africa. And I want to share today with you some conclusions of that research. And it's a research that focused on mobile communication, especially the voice aspect. I'm now working in a project that goes into social media but that's only possible now because the regions where I work are only now entering the era of smartphones, which means that the mobile internet is finally entering there as well. But during the period of research from 2006 to 2013, this was it was happening, but it was not yet the core of our research. So just to remind us, and I will be talking about Africa. I hope that you don't mind. But Africa is big, and Africa is diverse. So I can't talk about just Africa, but I have to indicate where I did the research that I will share with you. But first, these two maps. The lighter one, is sort of a reflection of GSM coverage in 2001, the other one in 2012. And you see how fast this kind of, and GSM is the basis for mobile telephony, so how fast it entered Africa. And in fact, the 2012 map is a bit flawed, because this mobile technology, the wireless, is almost everywhere in Africa now. And at least I think almost everybody can access, even if they have to travel 2 or 3 hours, but people do go there and have a phone, even if there's no mobile phone network in your village. You have a phone because you can call somewhere in a nearby village or in a town where you have to go for the market anyway. So the penetration of the access to mobile telephony has grown enormously, and that happened all in a few areas just between 2005 and now. You can imagine that is a revolution. And I think ICT for development is also that kind of revolution, embracing new science, where this was taken as an opportunity because technology was expected to do a lot of change in these countries. Well, I work in Mali, in Niger, Chad. These are the countries here in Central and West Africa. The Mobile Africa program also was in South Africa, where we compared because it was so different in technological sense. But in the presentation now, I will concentrate basically on cases from West Africa and Central Africa, more specifically Cameroon and Chad. But in general, the conclusions might be applicable to more countries. So it is research in mobile telephony that has become almost a right for people, a right to communicate. But how does that then enter societies? Societies that have their own rules of access to technology, their own hierarchies, their ways of dividing. And I think this is a very important aspect. We enter societies with technology that have their own grammar. And this grammar will take a new turning point when new technologies of communication enter. And I think that is the main question that we have. What will happen to these grammars of society, the inequalities, when new technology of communication enters, when people get access to new information, but especially get access to other people somewhere else in the world? What does that mean to them on the individual level and more on a group level? And then how, if this kind of right to communicate, and the MTN, which is one of the providers, was explaining to us, one of the CEOs, this is opening up the world, freedom, no longer borders, people are able to connect. Is that really true? What happens to borders? What is non-borderlessness in an Africa that is so mobile? Because as you all probably know, migration and mobility are the central core of many African societies, especially in areas where there is often drought, crisis, and war. So mobility is normal, but it's not free mobility. What happens to mobility and what happens to hierarchies related to mobility when new technologies enter? So the methodologies we used were basically very, very qualitative. Basically gathering biographies of people, understanding changes in time and in space. So I want to start, as you did, by giving away my conclusions before I show you some of the case material. Because I think, well, at the end of a project, at least you have some ideas of what your conclusions are, although I'm still doubting what they really are. We can discuss that more. First of all, when we talk about this kind of technological change in relation to development, we have to think about what then is development, and can we steer development? Or should we rather understand what auto-development is? What happens on its own without us intervening? Our research project was aiming at understanding that kind of change. We did not intervene, we did not follow projects. We just were watching what was happening in societies that we already knew when the mobile phone was entering. So auto-development. Another conclusion is that all this borderlessness is just an illusion. There's so many limitations to people's possibilities to connect that you cannot probably talk of borderlessness. Instead, what we found is that new borders are created. And I think that is something I will share with you in the examples. Then technology and the shaping of society. I already said that there's this co-shaping. People embrace technology, technology embraces people. What we saw of this kind of technology is people embrace it. At the moment they embrace it, it's already gone. There's something with this new technology, and I think computer scientists have to think about it, it's very fluid and it's changing all the time, and people have to adapt all the time. Possibilities are changing. When I entered this field of study in 2006, it was just like, okay, wow. People were calling, there were phone booths. Now the phone booths have disappeared because people can buy airtime, credit, with the company directly. I mean, these are small. You say it's, well, what does that change? But it's a big change for people who are working with it. Also, the development from phones, very big, these kind of what we call almost radio phones, to the smartphones now. In 5 years' time, can you imagine what that does to a human mind? And I think we have to think about that. So the shaping of society, appropriation of a very flexible and fluid kind of technology does something to that society. I don't know what. That's more a question. And then if we develop these kind of ideas about change, people relating to technology, what then is the direction of change? And whose change? And for whom is it positive? And for who is it negative? And who defines? And are we in the ICT4 development circles the people to define what has to change? And that's, of course, a general notion in development studies that what is development, in fact? We don't know. I was left with one big question at the end of the last program, which was, people are really changing their identity in relation to this technology, and that leads them into a different stand in society, and finally, probably a different stand in politics, which will lead them to maybe have a different political identity, but that's something for the future in the areas where I work. I will go through a few examples. First, show you a short film of Maria. She is a nomadic woman who lives in Cameroon, nomadic cattle owner. She still owns cattle, but lives in the town and the cattle is somewhere away. We followed her from 2006 to now and filmed her at 2 moments. And what I want to show with that film is how she embraced the technology and adapted it to her life in order to improve her life. But in that improvement, she also emancipated enormously. And I think that is the core of the change that we have been observing. And I would like to share that with you. But also in her world, you see that she becomes differently related to others. She's a Muslim woman. And in the process of adapting to the technology, she adapts also more to being a Muslim woman, following the rules, being in the house, no longer working in the market. So you will see how that works. Let me start with that one. It's 7 minutes. The first part is subtitled. The second part, she speaks very decent English, and I had no time to subtitle it, but you will understand. Just watch it, and it speaks for itself, I hope.
They be born me for Banso division for Kishon. My pa and my mama. We go school. We be school for some village. They call us Njoro. So at school for day, I reached for class 5. My mommy decide for carry me, bring me for Sabra. I stay with mommy. For class stay for day 2 years. I complete my school for day. After that now I go back for my parents there. They decide now for say me I'm married. I married my husband now. It will be in a Cameroonian. So if you don't go to stay for Nigeria, he marry me and go for it. We go stay for there like 10 years. After now, the place where we stay, they get war for them. So war be the worry on and off. We just decide to come back. From there now we transfer, come back to Cameroon now. I still stay with my parents and like 1 year. My husband can't settle for it before. Then before I want Kango, I don't lend him a handwork for Nigeria. As the mama can make up for it, she don't know for it. So I didn't go for it. I want to go Karwa. I pay transport like 50,000 for a car. But if she don't for it, you spend like 2,000 francs. I call my customer and for it. Tell them things they want them. They tire. Get on for camion driver and bring up for me. Then I send them money to expressway. So it may be a big help. I not suffer, and again I don't use small money the cap worker. No, you don't have a fine for that cattle because that cattle first time anything where you want to do for that cattle you must spend a transport go before do it. Because you want to send letter sometimes you don't even go. So now if you get a cattle from bush, how they sell food there and you don't cheap, you fit decide buy and get for your man where you look on your cattle. Anything where they happen for your cattle, if he call you, tell you. If not palava money, you fit even send money through the phone. You go try way to move the money, even if you buy mixing for that cattle or anything. That phone be help. I don't think explain help with that phone be get. Yeah. I don't know. I leave him here in the house in the morning. Maybe he got down. Yes, because I leave very early. Because your husband will go to the driver. Yes, he's a driver. Yes. What is he doing? He's doing fine. Just like no work. No work for 3 years now. He does not do some small work. For him? Yes. He like only driving, but he will not find the vehicle to drive. That's the problem. Yes. Wow. I asked him to do this business, don't want. Do this, don't want. Yeah, because he could do the business you are doing now. Yes, I asked him to do the business of these clothes. No. Okay, do the business of granite. Yeah. He don't want. He said that he don't know to do it. He want only driving. The business, because he don't want. If he want, I teach him. He don't want. I said, you want a car, you have no money. Someone did not give you a car, you have no money to buy it. Yeah. So what will you do? Just stay like this. So what can me man? The Kosuma. I bought the SIM from him and he go on supplying the credit to me and I grant. He supply me the credit. A call box. If your phone has a problem or any other things, or you don't want to use your phone, you want to use a different number, you can come to me and use this. So you call from 1 second to 58 seconds is 100 francs. When you put credit of 5,000 for the call site, you have 9,000. You have bonus of 4,000. That's 9,000. I have to be careful. Not to make a mistake. Thank you. I have to be careful. So your number, the most mistake is from your number. If I dial a different thing, the credit goes to the other person. So I ask you the number well, or I give you to dial it. So when you make a mistake, you pay me. It's your losses. When you dial a wrong number, yes, you give my money. But it's the right in your phone. It is. I heard it.
Oh, the phone got missing.
You sure? How do you want? Okay.
The phone got missed, so I stopped it. I just continue my school.
So you lost the SIM as well?
That is why. Maybe, yeah, it was stolen. The way I make business, there were many people there. So when doing transferring, somebody took it to make a call and he just went with it. So that's how it got missing. Then I stopped. I have no choice. I started it with 30,000 francs. Before it got missing, I was having almost 60,000 francs inside.
So you have to have much money in the phone. You see, now here we have only 12,000. Now you have bought the one of 2,000 francs. Someone can come now and say he wants a credit of 15,000. We don't have it. So it's good to have enough capital in the scene. Yes, anytime they want to buy, you say.
So I'm with my money. If my money is finished, I call Nadia. Nadia, my money is finished. I need money. That is how we do it.
So it's Nadia who supplies it. Why do you want to?
Nadia is my money in that.
Why don't you want to do your money yourself?
After school, when I finish my school, I work my money. But for now, I'm busy with school, so there is no way for me to work money.
It is compulsory for me to support him because he's an orphan. If my father was alive, he'd take charge. Yes, but he's not alive. Well, I do this.
Not always.
This I'm doing now here is for my daughter, not for me. Yes. So that she have small money to buy small women's things, send in school, that's it. Not to be asking me every day, give me 100, give me 500.
I have 10 minutes left. What you saw in this film, different aspects. Economic emancipation in a way, but also you saw from the shift to the 2 years later, her environment had completely changed. And that's what I explained. She chose to build that house to be able to live in a Fulani, she's a Fulani, community that is a special quarter at the edge of this urban area. I think the other examples, they talk for themselves. You saw how they sort of appropriated increasingly the technology, not only to call, but also to use it as an earning money device, which also was possible in that new area where they moved into, because everybody there lives far from everybody and far from the center of town. So communication is very important. Another aspect that this story tells, but is maybe not that obvious and will not be in your head probably at this moment, is that she was telling at the beginning, I can call to my herder. I can call, she has a daughter in Nigeria. She calls to her daughter in Nigeria. She calls to her, the seller of her cloth. These are all Fulani people. And she moved also into that quarter among Fulani. It's interesting, and that's the examples I want to give you, the Cameroonian and the Chadian example. People who live in that kind of network societies, very mobile, which almost all areas where I work, people have that kind of relationships. They are now able to connect better over borders, so you don't have to cross, no visa problems, you can call. What does that mean? There was there is a different discussions around what does the mobile phone do to community building. Does it lead to people to like their neighbors better? Or does it lead to a more inward-looking kind of community? I think that our research, and I did not do this on my own, there were 5 PhD researchers working in these mobile communities. They all come up with the conclusion, in fact, that these communities become more a community than they ever have been before. And that's a very important conclusion because these communities are built along basically ethnic lines. And I think ethnicity in Africa was created in colonial period, more or less, that's another lecture, but it's sort of now being reinforced in this new communication era. And I think that is, and in today's possibilities in Facebook, etc., you see a continuation of that reinforcement. Also, Madia is relating more to her family. So let me quickly go to this one example of a PhD student who worked on the relationship between people who come from the Northwest province, go to South Africa to migrate, and to the Netherlands. And she tried to understand this as a transnational community and what happens in that transnational community because of the phone. First of all, we have to understand that that small town from where these people live, or the villages where they live, have changed from 2000 to 2006 into mobile phone areas. The phonescape is very present. People have really adopted it. And probably Cameroon, and especially that part of Cameroon, is a bit specific because of the high, it's one of the, I think in West Africa, one of the highest migration regions. And of all that, that's a historical pattern. It started long, long, long ago. Just this slide to tell the story. This is an old mother living in that small town, calling at this moment to her son in the Netherlands. We followed her son in all his going around in the Netherlands, and from this family we also went to South Africa because another son lives in South Africa. Well, probably you understand what I want to tell you. That community where in the past these young men who leave, often with the help of their mothers, who sell their houses or who sell their cattle, to let these boys go out to earn for the family, which is an old mechanism. In the past they would go out hunting. Now they go out hunting in other areas. This kind of community in the past probably got separated, difficulties in, well, writing letters was possible, but the post office do not always work as well as we expect them to do. But this communication makes these communities closer, and it results in new borders in our world. Another example, and I have 5 minutes, but I think the idea is clear. This is central Chad. Chad is a country, a war-torn country. Since 1965 they're fighting, on and off, which leads to people moving out. So a mobile community, not because of economic reasons as Cameroon is, but because of war reasons. Drought plays also a role in these areas, which are very Sahelian. It sounds terrible, it is terrible, but it has become a way of life. So this is an area without any communication modernity, so to say, but with a lot of mobile telephony. And if people want to have phones, they have them. And if they don't have electricity, they create electricity. This is a transistor radio with a battery of a phone being charged on top of it. Interesting. Just to show you also how eager people from this central area in Chad are to communicate with their sons, brothers, sisters, rebels, military men outside the area, or the people who fled to Cameroon. Here you see another example of how eager these people are. These are old men. Their sons all left for urban areas. Their daughters live in Cameroon and married there. The phone is hanging in the tree because they're waiting for a call of one of their children. And these children nowadays can easily send money through mobile banking, which is interesting. Another aspect of that community is the refugees. Refugee camps nowadays are different than in the past. These are refugee camps in 2005 in eastern Chad, refugees from Darfur. Then these camps had no masks. Nowadays, and I was in the camps of Mali, in Burkina, and also here, immediately UNHCR creates a camp in a no man's area, more or less. Masks will come up, and the mobile phone then is playing such an important role to find back your family, to be connected, to know if you can go back. And I think these are, I can only just hint at them. These are such important new dynamics in these mobile communities that we should not oversee them. And they create transnational borders, no, not transnational, they create transnational groups that are new borders in our world. That's what I would like to say, and that is emphasized nowadays. Now we have smartphones, and you can enter on Facebook and connect even with long text, because voice communication and SMS is very limited. But now we have ways to connect to other people and to exchange ideas, also about politics, about identity, about who we are. And this is a Facebook group, an example, created in 2011, where young people from that central Chad area connect to people, their own people in Paris, in Cameroon, in northern Nigeria, and they discuss issues on politics, and that is quite new to them, because they were not used to have that free space. Because in that war-torn area, it's also difficult to express your politics, and that's my new research then. just a very, well, I think I will just leave this. To remind you, and that these are a few slides to give you a few kind of conclusions. I started off by saying societies have their hierarchies. Access to mobile telephony will follow those hierarchies in a way. And it does, and it still does, although it is increasingly, I think, a real access for all tool. But now there's a difference in who accesses what kind of phone. So the smartphones are not for everybody yet. This slide I put in to emphasize again that this inequality society, you have to look at it. These women are getting their water, they have no water in their villages, no electricity, no nothing. And they walk under an advertisement of one of the mobile phone companies, Zain, in that part of, this was in Sudan. But it's just to show that that kind of inequality is still there. I showed you Madia, and I showed you communities that can communicate. But there's still a lot of people who cannot. And although it's changing, and I emphasize that, it's still there. So we have to take care. And also what is happening, and that's also with this new technology, Madia is doing great. She was able to embrace the technology. Those who are able to just a little bit embrace it will have a different position. So we have to look for these differences in society. And one of these differences, and I want to emphasize it, is generational. Older people nowadays have a problem, in a way. Although, young people, though, are accessing mobile technologies with an amazing speed. These are two Fulani men, herdsmen, in northern Mali. But to what kind of networks are they linking? And then, with all, I emphasized voice communication between family, between friends, between people who know each other. But there's, of course, a new opportunity also to be connected to others who are new for you, who do appeal to you, like what is happening, I think, in northern Nigeria, in Mali, and in Chad. And we've seen that kind of development before our eyes. The young people search for new information, like those young people who do that on Facebook, use their mobile phones to connect, for instance, to rebels. They get phone numbers from their brothers or from acquaintances, and then they link to other information. So next to the question of access, we also need to ask ourselves, what kind of networks do people search for? And in our former project, we concentrated on the searching for connection and information from family, from those who left, etc., from your own community. But you can also see people who link to other communities, to Boko Haram, who explain to people that they will help them. So there's an important element there to look at. And just to finalize, I think this is a very important citation from a journalist from Central African Republic, especially on that information issue. He says these new technologies enable him to be freer to express himself on whatever he wants to do, because there's no limit. And he adds, it's not only us, the educated journalists, the educated people from universities, but it's also our old mothers who are in these villages and do, one way or the other, access smartphones nowadays, even if it's through the younger people in the village. So that is probably the future of Africa, to get information to people who need it, so that they can change their vision on the world, whatever choice they will make, because it's auto-development and we cannot prescribe.
Thank you, Mirjam, for this very interesting talk. This was a very interesting perspective on ICT in the developing countries from the perspective from contemporary history. So, well, I would like to give the floor to a person who's going to ask you a question, and that is Mirjam Razavian, and she's in the back, and she's a researcher here at the Computer Science Department, mainly on software engineering, as I understood. Mirjam?
First, I want to thank you for the very interesting talk. It was quite inspiring, and for me, as a software engineer, the message was basically I have to start the design of whatever technology I want to do based on the social environment and understanding the social dynamics. And I think it's not just start, but also the whole design should be driven by this social phenomena, social environment. Which brings me to my question, because we as engineers or designers, we need to simplify the world we are in, and then we need to use models. And basically these models capture the essential information that leads the design and also it leads our thinking process. And then my question is that if I want to drive my design based on the social environment, then I need to have the capture this important information in terms of the number of models. And then it boils down how social scientists in general can help us to understand what are these assets, what are this important information.
Yeah, thank you. Of course, that's the core question of interdisciplinarity and trying to speak each other's language. I can't answer that in just 1 second, because social scientists and historians have this tendency of making everything very complex. That's a problem. And we should stop doing that, because it doesn't really help. I was even thinking that this story would be too complex, and I had a problem to explain it to you, because the books I base myself on are this thick. How can we do that? I think there's an important cross point. I have no answer now, but that's a model of working. We have to sit together. And I should be more informed about what computer science and what a model is. I try to work in interdisciplinary teams, and it's not always easy, because we talk different languages. And it starts with, what do you want to develop? And I think there is an important question, because do you think you can change the world? Or do you want the world to change itself, and you just facilitate some processes? So we have to agree on what kind of intervention you want to develop. Then the next step, who are the actors you need to talk to? And it's not only me. I can probably be a mediator with people I know in Africa, but then we have to sit together. So I think it's not an answer, this and this should go into your model, but the answer is, how can we develop a learning environment in which we together can understand what are the important elements that you can contribute to in a society that is so complex, but that has ideas how to develop itself, but does not always know what possibilities there are. So I don't know if that's an answer to your question, but I think we should really get to that interdisciplinary model of working, including people from Africa. And I think you do that already here, Morgan. So, yeah.
I quite agree with you, but even from the story you said in this short time, if the domain is mobility, then from your story, how I interpreted it is that it's a model, there is a number of people, so I have to model people, and then there is mobility, a concept of mobility, and there is a concept of dynamism, which is geographically independent. So these seem very simple things. Already for me, an engineer is a very good model that shows me that there is a concept of mobility. So I think it's a starting point, but we need something like that. And
well, maybe then you invite me to write a kind of a short paper in which I describe what kind of social model I think we discovered in relation to. That could be a starting point for a discussion. And I should do that. So thank you for urging me to do these kind of things, yes.
Thank you very much. There's room for one little question. Does anybody has a question to Mirjam? So I think that we can continue to the next two speakers.
Thanks, Peter.
So for the next two speakers, we invite Professor Dittoh from the University for Development Studies in Ghana, and Wendelien Tuyp, and they will give an interesting talk about from a very different perspective. We have seen now two perspectives, so now we're going to listen to the user's perspective on ICT4D, and they will highlight that from the area of sustainable land management. We have worked with Professor Dittoh for many years, so we have collaborated in projects for regreening, for sustainable land management, and also for ICT4D. And very interesting is that Professor Dittoh's son has done a master's here at the Computer Science Department, which is also makes it even the link stronger between us. And Wendelien Tuyp is my colleague from the International Office, and she's also a team member from the Web for Regreening in Africa team. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We want to talk a little about food and nutrition security and communication and knowledge sharing. Basically, trying to explain what we've been doing for some time. It's quite interesting that so many questions came right from Sabina talking about what development is. I'm an agri-economist, and I prefer to call myself agriculture and rural economist, rural development economist, because I'm very much interested in the rural economy. So I'll talk a little about rural economy and the role of ICT. Wendelien will give more of the practical things we have done for quite some time. There is a lot that has already been said by the two previous speakers, and everything seems to be flowing exactly the way I think we should be talking. Basically, some of Africa's problems really have to do with food and nutrition security. I also want to mention a bit about water scarcity, especially in the arid and semi-arid areas. From Mariam's presentation, we've already seen Chad and all those places are very dry. There's something that we can say about that. Now, there has been a lot of neglect of emphasis on sustainable agriculture and rural development in sub-Saharan Africa. Right from the beginning of independence, there was a little or some emphasis on industrialization, only to find out that without some agricultural and rural development, industrialization doesn't work. But right now, it's okay that most countries, governments now realize that rural development is very important for overall economic development. But the biggest question is, how do we go about it? Very controversial, based on so many areas. I think we'll mention a bit about it, and especially the role of communication. Well, we've tried to categorize a number of problems. The first is inappropriate management of water resources, rain, surface water, groundwater. The second is problems with land management, unsustainable use and management of land resources, and definitely ineffective communication and knowledge sharing. Those are critical problems in Africa generally, and we've summarized all of them in those three. And we want to concentrate on those and then see the central role of African farmers themselves in solving some of these problems. It was interesting that we're talking about what development is. And we want to take Amadou Singh's definition, which seems to, this is what most of us will agree with. He says that development requires the removal of major sources of unfreedom in order to expand or enlarge the real freedoms that people enjoy. And he thinks the elements of freedom are people's capabilities. In other words, if we can make people bring out their capabilities, we would get development. And basically, what the two speakers have been talking about is basically in the same area. Can you make people bring out the best out of them? If you do that, you'll get development. That's basically what he's saying. So rural development involves making it possible for rural people and rural societies to freely and creatively express their capabilities. Like we saw in that lady, what's her name? Nadia. You realize that just by allowing her to do what she wants to do, she expresses herself and to some degree develop herself and her family. To do that effectively in this era of abundant scientific knowledge, we need to combine what they know with what is available and communicate it very effectively to them and with them. Most of the time, we try to communicate things to people, but not actually with them. Again, she talked a lot about that. And I think that is one of the things that we're talking about with respect to what we are talking about today. Now, past agricultural and rural development projects in almost all of sub-Saharan Africa have tried to rather impose extra source of unfreedom rather than removing the unfreedom. In other words, we find out that all the development projects we are talking about, instead of allowing the people to express themselves, what actually happens most of the time is that somebody sits somewhere and thinks that this is what we want, develops it and brings it and tries to push it down your throat. Because he thinks that, or they think that they know better than what you in the community knows. And that doesn't work, and it has never worked. Current emphasis of many African countries on increased agricultural productivity, competitiveness, using modernization and green revolution. If you see what has happened over time, it has rather stifled rural development, in fact, development in general. In fact, it is very difficult to get any example of anything that has developed or that has been achieved by all the kinds of agricultural and rural development projects that we have seen over Africa. And we want to stress that the real problem is not allowing the people to express what they know and how to do it, and do it from their own perspective. We've talked a lot about an African evolution rather than revolution. And we are seeing a lot of that in the Sahel Regreening Initiative, which is this university has been part of it, or probably greatly initiating it in many ways. And other regreening activities, if you look at what has been happening, and we'll see most of it today, what has been happening about regreening, it is more of an evolution over time rather than a green revolution. And we are thinking that that is the way to go if we really want to develop Africa and most things. Now, there is something very interesting which many of you, especially social scientists, may look at. The conventional way of claiming development is to start from a biological change. In agriculture, normally, you say, okay, let's give them more fertilizer, and let's give them seed and all that. That's a biological change. Then we expect that with that kind of intervention, you get an economic change, increase incomes. And then that will lead to some social change. But we've seen something completely different. And with that kind of system, we haven't really seen any change in most societies. Very little change. Because food insecurity, all that is still there, in spite of all that has been done for a long time. Now, Sensibia, that is he's from here, and then Chris Reij and others. They looked at what has been happening with regreening, and they came to a conclusion that the actual development is reverse. What happens? Farmers were first given the freedom to decide. So rather than starting from a biological change, you start from the social. give them freedom, give them good governance, let them express themselves. Then they found that resulted in economic change, better livelihoods for the people. And finally, it resulted in a biophysical change, forest cover. So you realize that while we are pursuing, while what we have been doing is pursuing it from biological change to social change, it may be better to start from the social change and end up the biological change, because it has happened with regreening, and it is real because it's all over the place. So we are looking at very good examples. In northern Ghana, northern Nigeria. It is interesting that in Ghana, if you go to the plateau area of Burkina Faso, there is more green than if you go further south, say to where I come from, the Upper East region. Very extremely dry. We'll see pictures of that. The same thing with Nigeria. If you go from Niger, which is up, where there's regreening, immediately you cross into Nigeria, there's a whole lot of difference from where there is high density, on farm, high density of trees, to a very dry, treeless area further down south. And that's reality, because it's actually what has been happening over time. Question is, what is the difference? The actual difference is that one area decides to go the so-called modern conventional way of changing things. The other method is allowing the people to express themselves and do it the way they think development can take place, by helping them to do it. That's basically what has been happening there. Now, the successful regreening initiatives in Africa has been by what we call farmer-managed natural regeneration. We'll get a video that shows exactly what this means and what it's all about. International funded projects try to improve food security and reforesting in the Sahelian area following the famine in 1970. And we all know that has failed completely. They tried reforesting, they tried all sorts of things. Food security, it never worked. Regreening through the farmer-managed natural resources and natural regeneration has resulted in significant and sustained increase in crop production, increased livestock, and that makes a big difference, because immediately with the crop production and livestock coming together, there is this crop-livestock integration, and it goes round. Because the livestock will fertilize the land, and it goes round, and it is far more sustainable than trying the other way around. The main difference has been ineffective and effective communication and knowledge sharing. We are saying that what has been failing is because of ineffective communication and knowledge sharing. What has been working is effective communication and knowledge sharing. That is working with the people, participating with the people, rather than doing it for the people, as Marianne explained. We just put in the water and land grab problem just to show that that is going to cause more problems. I don't know how many of you know about this land grab thing. People are just going to buy huge pieces of land all over the place, like Mali, for example. I don't know what has happened now, but Libya took a big chunk part of Mali for rice and cattle rearing and so on. Huge lands, and it's happening in so many parts of Africa. And we are saying that that is going to bring massive destruction. Massive destruction, because you eliminate the people completely. And there is no way you can eliminate the people and expect that something will come out of it. Nothing can come out of it. And that is a very big threat to whatever Africa is going about. Now let's look at a few things of farmer-managed natural resources based in northern Ghana, which we've been doing with many of these, just a few pictures. Now this is a very degraded part of northern Ghana, virtually nothing on the land. And that is the real situation. And as I said, if you go to the plateau area further up north in Burkina Faso, you see a completely different situation. far better situation than we have here. Then the re-greening thing, one of the architects of re-greening is Tony Rado, and then and our own Chris Reij. Many of you might know him from here. And this is the whole idea of re-greening. We'll see maybe a better video of what the whole thing is actually about. But these are basically what we are doing in northern Ghana. We visited the farmer, again, this is still part of the Talented district in northern Ghana. And can see Wendelien and others in there discussing with farmers on regreening or natural regeneration in those areas. Sorry. Again, just part of that still. With Hans. Karen is good. Then we have this part of the sustainable land management we are actually talking about is re-fertilizing the land. And what we've been doing in West Africa, Northern Ghana in particular, is how to get manure composting methods and onto the land and so on. Again, this is with support from different organizations, but these are indigenous things that are being improved. And this is actually from Switzerland, and quite a number of people here have been part of Sabine, Wendelien, and others have been part of the Switzerland project. Again, this is part of that. I think Bruijn, she's there. She's looking. Visited us some time back. She's part of this kind of some different kind of composting that we'll be looking at in Northern Ghana. Then the ICT for development in terms of sustainable food and water security. We realize that from what we've even seen already, most African rural areas do not have basic social economic infrastructure to attract investors. That's the first thing. So we find out that most of the investment that we talk about doesn't actually get to rural areas, because people don't even feel they cannot get anything out of that. However, the mobile phone is a completely different kind of technology, and it is, as we've already seen, is so much accepted across every part of the rural area. So we believe that well-designed ICT products provide opportunity for effective communication and knowledge sharing, as we've seen around, and therefore it is really very important. And a number of researchers, I think what I'm mentioning here is up there, where Victor, my son, and others did a research here on ICT, voice-based ICT service in Northern Ghana. It was quite clear that farmers are ready to invest in it. In spite of what they claim they are poor and all that, they know that if you invest in this, you will get a reward, you will get a gain, and therefore they are ready to do it because they know it works and it's good. Again, I think we've seen this already. Old women, young men, they all have the mobile phone. So it is really something that I think everybody agrees is working all over Africa and the rural Africa. Just a few points about the things that the ICT can do in agricultural area and rural development, increasing productivity of land, water, and labor, even in the remotest part of the area. And mainly because extension services is so difficult to get to remote areas. But there's a lot you can do by sending information to rural areas without actually being there through ICT. And that is very effective, low cost, and is doing a whole lot of things. Input service delivery, including credit provision. Again, we've seen examples. You can send money through the mobile phone and all that. And therefore, you can actually get to very deep rural areas without necessarily having to cross rivers and cross difficult terrains to be able to get there to help farmers. Then agricultural produce marketing is an area with very high potential for the application of ICT. We've seen this in very many places, can communicate and sell things without necessarily getting there. and that makes a lot. One of the biggest problems, I think, of agricultural production in all of Africa is markets. People talk a lot about, well, the production is low and all that, but we've seen examples of where just because there's a market, they've increased production without any other kind of assistance. We have a very good example with sorghum in northern Ghana, where one of the factories, Guinness Ghana, just decided that, well, they're going to buy sorghum to use in production. And within a few years, sorghum production just doubled without any extra assistance. So the market thing is really very critical in rural and agricultural development. Well, I end with this, and that brings in a whole lot of idea about this interdisciplinary thing that we're talking about. This is the 2010 Hans computer scientist Wendelien, with agri people, with sustainable land management people, and with rural workers, and that's where we started talking about so many things and all that. So it is very real that if we work together, if there's, and I think she mentioned it even more succinctly, that not only we as academics are working together, but working together with the people, participation of the people. Because the people know more about what can happen than most of us, because they do it every day and they practice it every day. And that's extremely important. Well, not yet. We would want to give the video, and after that, Wendelien will tell us a little more about the very practical things.
Is to mix indigenous species. During the 1970s, droughts came to Africa and parched the landscape. The land became degraded, and dust storms were the result. Scientists coined a new word to describe this: desertification. Development agencies fought back with tree planting schemes using exotic species like eucalyptus and pine. Tree nurseries became symbols of fresh hope, focal points for project activities. But many tree planting schemes failed. The wrong species were promoted and village woodlots were unpopular. However, all around were traditional systems that outside agencies had overlooked. Indigenous trees protected by farmers in their own fields. Another new term was created, and agroforestry officially became a science in the late 1970s. The skills of local agroforesters like Usaini Kindo were noticed too. Kindo farmed in Burkina Faso. Its principle is to mix indigenous species, including Bohinia, baobab, and Vaiderbia with his crops. Farmers have made the best of improved rainfall and helped to re-establish agroforestry parklands on Burkina Faso's central plateau. While most of Kindo's trees come from seeds of he plants, he also makes use of natural regeneration. Farmer-managed natural regeneration is the correct term for this. And in neighbouring Niger, there's been a remarkable transformation in recent years. Seen from above, the difference in one village, Galma, is extraordinary. In 1975, tree cover was sparse. 3 decades later, on-farm trees dominated the landscape. But what is farmer-managed natural regeneration? Gero Chaibu leads a project that supports farmers in their efforts. He explained the technique.
Alors la RNA, ça consiste, si vous voulez, à sélectionner. Well, farmer-managed natural regeneration means choosing shoots that emerge in the field. It's then a question of selecting the most vigorous ones and making these develop. That's the first aspect of farmer-managed natural regeneration. The second is to identify the species of trees which work. That could be Faderbia, for example. So, after a few years, you have an adequate density of trees, which then protect the fields against wind erosion and water erosion too. This also improves the structure of the soil, its fertility, and all in all, it allows you to carry out sustainable farming in your fields. Et ainsi donc vous permettre de faire une agriculture durable dans votre champ.
But why has farmer-managed natural regeneration been so spectacular in Niger? A key reason is that many trees have been cut down for firewood during the prolonged droughts of the 1970s. But not all died. The stumps that remained concealed rooting systems ready to respond to returning rain. There was an underground forest awaiting the chance to re-emerge. Farmers learned to prune these shoots, leaving only the strongest from the species they valued the most. Selected shoots quickly developed into trees, nurtured by the mature root network. Judging the spacing and the best mixture of species requires knowledge born from experience. Careful pruning is another essential ability. Professor Adam Tudu from the University of Niamey tells us how these skills have been sharpened and how a new mentality has simultaneously emerged.
La RNA, ce n'est pas un nouveau système. La RNA a toujours été...
Farmer-managed natural regeneration isn't a new system. It's always been carried out by farmers in Niger, and everywhere you will see trees that have been protected in the fields. What's new is that the farmers who have been using the system have now understood that they can improve it by developing a higher density of trees in their fields. And they are aware of the fact that they must diversify the species also. They are conscious that these trees restore fertility to the soil, better than the fallow systems which have disappeared.
De la fertilité des sols qui se faisait avant avec les jachères qui ont disparu.
Professor Tudu recognizes that these systems are more than just technical.
La RNA aussi, les arbres dans les champs, on l'a vu, un rôle social.
The trees in the fields have a social role and an economic role too. What is new is a deliberate and committed approach to improving farmer-managed natural regeneration.
On sait ce qu'on veut maintenant.
This is exactly the sort of innovative, sustainable land management practice that helps create resilience in the face of climate change.
Right. Well, we want to know that Sabina and Will, Klitsi, and others were those who worked on this. So we want to thank you for allowing us to visit. It's very good. All right. Well, I'll give over to my colleague Wendelien, just to finish up for us.
Yeah, and I was told by good morning. It's nice to be here and to see all of you. But I was already, I feel sped up already by this guy because he just started to say you have like 5 minutes or 10 minutes for your presentation. Well, thanks. If I start stumbling, it's your fault. Okay. So yeah, my name is Wendelien, and I'm very pleased to be here. I'm working for the VU International Office, and I'm part of the W4A team, that's the Web Alliance for Regreening in Africa. You see a third name here. Some of them will know him, so, some of you will not know him. But before I explain, this is a saying, an African saying. This is a slide of my, of one of the courses that Sabine and I teach on environment and development. I show this to students when we talk about indigenous knowledge. Basically, what we try to do with our team is to safeguard some of the knowledge of these libraries. So this is Joseph, by the way, from Kenya. Here you see Chris. Well, he's on the right-hand side, of course. This is our former colleague. He was supposed to give this presentation, actually. So I was not even supposed to do this. But yeah, although he's retired last year, you would think he has loads of time, but he is in Zambia at the moment, enjoying the Victoria Falls and at some kind of conference. So then they asked if I would do this, and I'm happy to do this. Of course, you see on the left-hand side is Yakuba Sawadeko, and they have known each other for, I think, more than 30 years. We could almost say they're brothers because they look like each other. Where they are very good at is at communicating. Yeah, you wouldn't see it, Stefan, but they are, I can tell you. Both have the capability of talking and feeling at ease with people on the grassroots level. If you see Chris communicating, he feels, well, you see it here, probably the picture shows, but he's just as easy with President of Ethiopia or whoever. Yakuba is the same way. There has been made a film about his life, and since then his life took another change as well, You can also see him on UN conferences or at the White House in Washington, and he feels just as comfortable. So in that sense, they're good communicators. So this is what we just saw a bit in the film. These are some of the benefits, so I will rush through it now. But yeah, one of the advantages, of course, or one of the good things is also for women, their time is saved by because they don't need to go for hours to go for looking for firewood. It's low cost, yeah. Well, if you just saw how it works, so you don't need to invest money to get these trees up. So that's and it leaves you as a farmer to decide exactly which trees do you want on your land and which ones you don't. What we're talking about, this is the Sahel, and all over there has been regreening, but according to SA, so there is more in the Burkina on the plateaus and less in the north of Ghana. You wouldn't expect that, considering the rainfall and stuff. Although I heard at the moment, last week we were in Burkina and we met Gray Tappen, and Gray is working for the US Geological Survey Center, and they do a mapping for all the Sahel countries on land use and cover. And he could see that there are, of course, spots in Burkina where there is regreening, but towards the south there's a considerable deforestation going on, also because of the population that is growing. So there is reason to expand. And how can you do this? Well, of course, there are several ways, like with everything. And you have the grassroots level, so farmer exchange visits. I will come back to that a bit later. and their competitions, but also top-down meets bottom-up. That is very important. Well, it's not a very usual one. You see policymakers on some planets and on the grassroots people do things, but really in connection, that is not always the case. So it's good also if policymakers do field trips. And of course, communication is very, very important. So what we have been doing with our team is linked to the first issue, so linking the web. Radio is very important in African countries, especially in rural areas. People all listen to the radio, and like you have seen already, mobile phones are everywhere. So if you can connect, but I will not go into detail about this because this will be touched on by this afternoon by Stefan, Boyera, and Tangara. So they will explain you far better than I could. Mass media, radio is important also to inform. There are many programs also for farmers to inform them. Make documentaries like the one we just showed you is one of a series. And now I will briefly go into 3 cases and tell you a little bit more about value chain of non-timber forest products. You see here 2 people. On your right you see Naomi, she's a producer of shea butter, and the left is Zachary Jara, and he's a producer of honey. Now this was a project by 3Aid, and they taught them how to improve the quality of these products. And they are small producers. So if you are a small producer, you have questions. How and where can you find clients? Of course, there's local markets, but there might be clients also elsewhere that you are not aware of. What is a good price for your products? These are all questions that, for instance, with prices, there are a lot of middlemen can be around, and they all want a slice of the cake, of course. So then it will end for you that you don't have a very good price for yourself. So this system, what we did is make this into a better system, more dynamic, using voice-based technology. And one of the things is that last week when we were there, Zachary was also in Burkina. They came with a group from Mali, meeting people in Burkina who would like to see the opportunities for these types of systems. And Zachary was there. And one of the questions to him was, how did it change your life? What did it mean to you? And he said, well, if you have some time, because I can tell you, and we'll sit here tomorrow still. Basically, what is the big difference is that he could multiply his products of his honey sellings, and he could cut out the middleman, so that leaves him far better off. And what I've seen, what like Mirjam just talked about, that people change. If we saw Zachary at the beginning, a couple of years ago, he was a very shy person. And if you would see him now, he's changed. He's very self-confident. He feels respected in his community. And he's quite a proud man. So he's really a different person. This is also something that Mirjam just talked about. He's even called So Zachary now, and So in Bomo, in the local language, is honey. So he's very famous. So there's another issue. It has to do with the law and forest legislation. You can see here Husseini Kindo. He's a farmer innovator in Burkina, and he has many trees on his field. Now, most farmers are not aware of the law and the legislation. So if you don't know your rights, land tenure, for instance, is very complex. And also, for instance, trees on farms, they are considered like trees in a forest as well. They have the same status. So if you would like to cut your tree to sell the wood on the market, you can get a fine by the forest department, the forestry. If you don't know all these kind of things, you are easy target, of course. Also, sometimes foresters will come to you and just give you a fine and you don't even know why. And sometimes it will not even be illegal, so they just can easily. So it would be great, of course, if we can make the system, if we can use the system also to make it, the law, accessible by mobile phone for farmers in the field, so that they are better aware of their rights. Even if a law is still not okay for them, they could organize themselves. But if you don't know the law, then yeah, it's not very simple. This is a group. There are many farmer innovators. On the right-hand side, you see Husseini Zorome. He was there last week as well. And of course, farmers share information. Now, normally this goes through exchange visits. So farmers go into a bus, go to another place, and people and farmers, like, for instance, Zorome, they will show the other farmers how things work. But this is, of course, very intense, and it costs a lot of money and transport. And so the first thing that he said when he saw our these systems, voice-based systems, they got inspired. Wow, we have a lot of technologies and we would like to share, because it was also interesting. He made a remark on how he sees the farmer innovator. A farmer innovator, I put it in French because it's nicely said. The farmer innovator has knowledge, but also the knowledge to do how to do it, and he shares it with others. So that is key. So this sharing, you see on the left-hand side here, that is an exchange visit. But they immediately got very inspired by the systems, because they saw possibilities to share the technologies they have, to share this with other farmers. Now here's Jakuba again. I already told you he's a great communicator. This is a postcard that was made by the UN, I think. And when Jakuba saw the systems, he said to us, life without communication is no life. So I would like to end here. Is it short enough? Okay, but I'm not ready yet. I'm ready, but there's still a film. I will show you the film and then I'm off. Okay. Can I just go? Yeah? Where? Here? Somewhere. Okay. Your technique. It's always a problem with techniques.
The web connects us all. We use it to exchange information with friends, share knowledge with colleagues and business partners, improving our lives. This need for communication and knowledge sharing is global and not limited to the industrialized world. In sub-Saharan Africa, for example, climate change and soil degradation threaten the lives of rural families. Innovation and collaboration by farmers can reverse these trends and increase food security. Sharing information amongst farmers across villages, regions and countries is the key to success. But how? Often there is a lack of computers, internet connections and electricity. Moreover, the many spoken languages and low literacy restrict the use of the traditional written web. The wide availability of mobile phones in Africa, in combination with many local community radio stations, provide an excellent opportunity for information sharing. By combining voice and web technologies, We can improve information exchange in a way that fits the local context and oral traditions. One of the services we developed in Mali is Radio Marché, a sort of local eBay by voice. Radio Marché allows farmers to advertise their products on the radio. A contact person gathers product offerings of local farmers and enters these into the system using a web interface. Text-to-speech technologies convert this information into a voice message using locally recorded voices. The system currently supports the local languages French, Bambara, and Bomu. Radio hosts can retrieve the most recent market information using either a web browser or a simple mobile phone. By calling a local telephone number, the generated audio can be played live on the radio, reaching thousands of potential buyers in their preferred language. Farmer Zachary Diera was one of the beneficiaries of Radio Marché and was able to sell more honey thanks to the system. The second web system, Tabelé, is named after a traditional Malian drum. Tabelé is used by a local organization to connect to its contact persons in the field. It allows you to record a message in your own language once. And it will automatically call all contacts. The contacted persons can then use a simple voice menu to respond to the request or invitation by mobile phone. The Faroga Blonde system is named after the village square where everyone can have a voice and speak out. It uses voice technologies to allow citizen journalists to leave messages for the radios, reporting from remote villages. Radio stations can access these voice microblogs through a web interface or through a mobile phone voice interface in their preferred language. Adama Tesegwe from Radio Sikidolo uses Faroga Blonde to report news from the surrounding villages. He collects announcements and reports on weddings, funerals, parties, accidents and lost cattle.
On a formé les places pour que le village là-bas puisse téléphoner directement pour faire des messages. Et occuper maintenant, quand votre bleu est venu là, quand je dis s'il y a quelque chose que nous on a souhaité, c'est vraiment pour ça.
The Faroga Blonde system won the News Innovation Contest of the International Press Institute. After its successful deployment in Mali, Faroga Blonde was used by Al Jazeera to monitor the recent Ghanaian and Kenyan presidential elections, also from remote villages. These are some examples what you can do with the web of voices, gathering, storing and sharing information in every corner of the planet, however remote. By combining web, mobile phone, local radio and voice technologies, we can reach out in a way that was hitherto impossible, boosting economic and social change.
Okay, so please thank the speakers, Wendelien and Sarita. Thank you very much. I think it's very insightful, and I also think we see a bit more from people that were actually featured in the video. So we'll hear a bit more about the results of this project. But first, we have a designated opponent for these two speakers. So I'll walk there. So that's Jan Top. And Jan Top is a professor at the Computer Science Department of this university, but he's also a research manager of Intelligent Systems at Wageningen University and Research Center. And his research, before I give the mic to you, his research focuses on sharing information and knowledge for food innovation. So that's a relationship.
So I'm supposed to be opponents. I didn't know that, but
No, I don't think we're opposed.
Okay. Well, there's at least one thing. I think your presentation was very nice and very insightful. And one thing I learned from it is that if you get a phone call during a meeting, just shout "occupy" and it's very tricky.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. So in Wageningen, we're also involved in projects in sharing knowledge to farmers and small and medium-sized enterprises, and that's basically in Europe. And there you see already that knowledge sharing has two sides to it. I mean, the receiving part is easy, but it's more difficult to get people actually involved and giving the information. And I like this expression that you say that there's, it's African saying that when a knowledgeable person dies, the whole library dies. But giving knowledge is a matter of long term. It's not always an immediate short term benefits from sharing knowledge. And I also have, and so that there's a tension there. How do you get people motivated to provide high quality of information and knowledge, and also give them the resources and the time and the opportunity to do this? Given my personal experience in development countries and in Africa in particular, I think this is even a bigger problem there, because people are busy on their short-term interests and how to get people motivated to share their knowledge, particularly people who are noticeable.
Well, I'll try to. It's really difficult, as we actually said, because it needs somebody with a real interest for development. So it is more of interest for society, interest for development of the people, more than self-interest. And we are beginning to see that quite much. I mean, this Mali case that we've shown over time, I mean, so much. You realize that what is happening in there is not really for anybody's self-interest, but the fact that there's greater interest in developing the people. In the long run, we'll all benefit. In the long term, the whole world benefits. So if there's that orientation of people, of top-level people, top knowledgeable people, that my knowledge should benefit society and not just me, I'm sure we'll get that going. That may be difficult, but I'm saying that we are gradually seeing that from the north and even from the south, in terms of people getting more interested in getting people developed rather than self-developed. So I think it's coming.
I can maybe add a little bit, but it's just my experience, of course, which is like this. But what the person I showed is a farmer innovator in Ozorome. He's part of a group of farmer innovators in Burkina, and well, we have been lucky in that sense because they are very eager to share information. So they are very motivated and see it as a duty is maybe not a good word, but they really feel that it's part of their nature or habit almost. So yeah, in that sense.
Okay, that's what you saw also from the movie, that actually the status of a person may rise because of giving information and giving knowledge.
Yes, for instance, yeah. Okay, also, so
way to
But it will differ from situation to situation, I guess. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah. And some areas people will be more willing, more easily willing to share information than others. So, yeah.
Okay, we have time for another question for the duo. Yes, okay.
I think that the issue you raised is critical in propensity of information sharing and information giving. Usually we always assume that we create a platform and people will contribute to the platform, but this is not the case. I think that there are two words which are key: recognition and reputation. If the person who shares gains reputation and gains recognition for the act, then it starts rolling. And I think that this, whenever systems are developed, we should take into consideration these two aspects.
Definitely.
And there is a social control on what you say, and quality control. And you have to build it into the into the systems these elements of appreciation. For example, here in Holland, or many of us use eBay to buy, and the buyer and the seller, they are rated. And so the same could be done on platforms which offer information which is shared by farmers, in allowing other users to rate the quality and the actuality of that information. So that adds to this reputation and recognition of the knowledge sharers.
Right.
Thank you for this. I fully agree.
Okay, yes, thanks for that contribution. Are there any other people that have questions? Or with 3 questions in the back? So,
Thank you, Victor. I'm Julie Ferguson. I work at the VU. Before I was in academia, I was in development practice. And I'm enjoying very much hearing these interesting insights again. But to take on the challenge of an opponent, I do have a critical issue. Namely, I am hearing a lot about knowledge sharing, which is great, of course, and which is what I was involved in development practice. But what I would like to see, and also what I would hope to see this afternoon a bit more, is the voice of the computer scientists that are here. Because, like I said, these stories we're hearing are very interesting, but they are the similar stories that I heard a little while ago when I was doing development practice. And I think that the exciting new developments that computer scientists can bring into the whole debate of ICT4D are the issues that, on the poster behind you, Victor. And I think that these things are new to the ICT4D debate. Linked data, looking not so much at knowledge, because we keep running into these issues of local knowledge, languages, etc., etc. And when you look rather at the data-oriented side and how you can better unpack these things and do translating types of work and bring that debate into ICT4D, then you're really adding something new, not just to ICT4D, but to the whole knowledge management for development, information management for development. So I think this is a really interesting opportunity for computer scientists beyond these interesting initiatives and very important local initiatives at a higher level. What can you do as computer scientists in terms of bringing this awareness of the opportunities of linked data more into the ICT4D debate? So it's not so much a question for you, but maybe a challenge for the organizers.
Maybe I step out of my role as moderator for 2 seconds and try to answer this question. So thank you for that, and I think that's exactly the type of statements we would like to hear. So you are needed, right? So that's we're very happy with that. So this poster you're referring to is also part of the work that I'm doing with Reij and also with Stefan Schlobach and basically a lot of other people involved, Hans Akkermans as well, to look at what kind of computer science problems we can now, what computer science problems are actually relevant in this domain, and how can we look at it from a scientific perspective. And I think we are trying to formulate answers to this and setting up discussions, workshops, and tutorials with the community of linked data. And I think in the last 2 years we've really started, at least in our own minds, to come up with what a computer science for development, as Stefan introduced it, could be, specifically in the type of areas that we are involved in linked data. So thank you for that opportunity. So there were 2 other people with their hands raised, and then we'll go to them.
Thank you. Hello, Bart from Overbeek, Africa Woodgrow. I have a question. I think this is really great initiatives, all the things that can happen with ICT. And I'm wondering how can we spread this information or these technologies to also make sure that that we can counterbalance other actors that are spreading disinformation in terms of how to manage the land and agriculture, because there's bigger powers that spread different types of information on how to manage the land, and I'm wondering what can the VU do to really also spread these types of technologies, because for example, for Africa Woodgrow, we would love to try this out and really use it, but is this available? Is it open to use?
Yeah, I think this is a critical
point you are making. Most of us really believe very strongly that what is happening generally in Africa in particular is we are on the wrong track. And as you rightly said, the interest in what's happening now is so high. And very simply, seed, fertilizer, and so on. The interest there, self-interest in particular, is so high. And they are so powerful. And they are pushing it. So it's really not easy to go the way that we are talking about, but we do it as sustainable. How do we do it? I think that's where ICT actually comes in. But it has to do with people knowing. People looking at alternatives and saying that, look, this is better. The real problem is because, as we said, they are so powerful, they have the media, they have the people to go out and say things. To the extent, maybe I'll be blunt in some of these things, to the extent that they actually take, for example, in Ghana, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, for example, is promoting GMO. They virtually, more or less, I wouldn't say in quotes, bought them, to the extent that they are promoting something everybody knows is wrong. So how do we counteract that? We need what we are discussing here. Strong people in terms of knowledge sharing, in terms of advocacy, through the net, through ICT, to let many people know exactly what is happening. It is difficult, but really that's the only way out. But the more we discuss these things, and that's why I think this meeting is so important. So important because very few people are not in that area of knowing that we can use ICT to get to the deepest parts of the world, so that people will know exactly the real thing, the real choices. The real problem why people are accepting what they are pushing down their throat is that they don't know the choices. If I don't take it, where can I turn to? They don't know. But if we are able to get that information across, I'm very sure people know the best. People know what is good. They can be able to choose the best. Well, that's the only thing I think I can say for now. Add something.
Yeah, well, I agree with you, and yeah, for the it's also a matter of seeing how we can do this. And that is the next step. So you start with these small systems, for instance, but you can only know if it works in small, and then you see the next step. So yeah, but it's not ready yet. That's really.
Can I say one more thing? Because last year I was at the VU, I also did the sustainable land management class, and I looked at how to use social media to promote ecological restoration or sustainable land management. And I think for everybody here and everybody who works in academia and really has so much knowledge about this, you know, I would like to say, you know, share this with the world. Share it on Twitter. This is high-level networking. This is ways to, you know, it's a way that access to information is democratized also on a higher level. So also, you know, today, instead of all this information being gone, you know, share it with your friends, share it on Twitter, you know, and this is how you can counterbalance this information. Thank you.
So on that point, that's actually a good segue to what we forgot to say. That actually this is being broadcasted live on around the world, live streamed. It's being tweeted as we speak. I think we have a slight delay of 1 minute. So, I think it's being live streamed to Liberia and Nigeria. People have wanted to come, but the big travel. So I mean, this is one of the things we're doing, and I think your call, we try to heed it and make sure that we even make more connections to practice. And I think we'll hear a bit more about people in development practice in the second half as well.
What's the hashtag? I couldn't find it.
What's the hashtag? We have
some of us have been tweeting, and
Shall we just make up one now? So, ICT4D Symposium? Or is that too long?
I'd rather that. Is there any unique one?
Computer Science 4D? CS4D?
Yay!
CS4D.
Stéphane will be happy.
Or VU CS4D.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Okay. If, I'll maybe do VU ICT4D, then we're so they don't make any. So the hashtag is hashtag VU ICT4D. Okay, so that's the computer science stuff. So we have one. I think you had a question as well. Sorry, just not. Okay, so this is we can do 2 very short final questions and then we'll work towards lunch.
Mine is not really a question, it's basically a point of reflection I had from the second presentation and this presentation. So in the second presentation, I think we had a historical, what I call bottom-up, meaning that we look at the past or present, how people live, and then we try to see how ICT can help. But also, from what computer scientists can do, which I think they're quite good at it, is science fiction or being rather futuristic. Meaning that we imagine ways that can help, and maybe we don't know if it really helps or how it can help, but basically computer science can think about the imaginary ways that things can help, and then the difficult part is to meet in the middle, basically to see the reality from bottom up and then come science fiction down and see where do we meet and how we can make it real. And that's the main challenge, I think, for the collaboration. That was a...
Thank you. So can you reflect on that while I walk to the last question?
Yeah, of course, that's true. I mean, but you need to be in contact with each other, and that's the main thing, I think.
Yes, mine was a point connected to the issue that was raised before. What is our role as a university? How can we contribute? And basically, most of us, I think, sitting here, are already contributing with courses, with video documentation. And the thing is that we need more ambassadors. So I'm glad that actually a student of the SRM course is here, because it goes up what we have been doing for over 10 years. And it's really a pity when short-term decisions of the university can actually undermine these very promising realities, because we need to shape the mind of people. This is what the university is for. So we really like to continue with the ICT4 development course, SRM course, environmental development course. We really need to broaden up our minds, because we don't live within boundaries. We live in a much transboundary world that we may think.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So before we can turn to the fabulous Dutch lunch, which is being set up after behind you.
What lunch?
Fabulous Dutch lunch.
Well, that's encouraging.
So we have already seen sort of, I think, the contours of the discussion that we actually were envisioning, and we're so glad that this is actually happening here. So we want to sort of stimulate the discussion. Also specifically in the end of the second part. So at the end we have another breakout session. So this was actually already the breakout session we did. And for that breakout session, what we want to do is to gather data, right? We are computer scientists, so we like data. So we have set up 3 poster boards, the ones that are closest to me. And from left to right, they ask 3 questions, and we want to ask all of you to use these post-it notes that are set up next to them to give your perspective on what we are doing here today, right? So this is I hope it's not too controversial, but we categorized all of you into 5 easy to remember categories. So you might identify with one of these classes a bit more than with the others, and then please find the appropriate color. So they're also copied there, so don't worry if you don't remember this. So you're either a social scientist or a computer scientist. Right? There are no other scientists apparently. So if you're not a computer scientist, then you can maybe. So we look at you as a social scientist. So obviously I'm being a bit harsh here. And then we have practitioners, and then we distinguish between ICT4 development practitioners and development practitioners. And this is really on how you view yourself, right? So we're not going to do anything there. And if you really can't fit into any of these 4 categories, then there's the famous other category. And then we have 3 poster boards, and they each represent 1 question. So the first one is very simple: is where are you from? And in this case, we mean where were you born? This is just to give a bit of the background of the people that actually are here. So we've set up a map, and so we would ask you to put one of your post-its there, and you can also write on the post-its why you're here. So what do you think we should get out of this symposium? Right? So the students can say points, and the scientist can say data or something. Then the second board is a statement which says every ICT4D project needs a computer scientist. And you can either completely agree with it or completely disagree with it, or you can be somewhere in the middle. What we'd like to see is to see all the computer scientists agree and all the social scientists disagree, and then we can have a nice discussion about it, right? Or any other distribution of post-it scholars. And if you want to explain why you chose that position, then you can write it on the post-it yourself. So we hope to get a nice colorful blob there. And then the third poster board is sort of what do we need more of? What is most important issue? What are the most important issues for successful ICT4D? So we have, I'm not sure if you can read it, but there's we need more money, we need more technology, right? More or better technology. We need better research or more research, evaluation of either research or projects. We need better user involvement, or again, other. Right? So you can be someone from an other category who chooses other, and then you are completely free to fill in whatever you want. Okay, so instead of us doing that all at once, I suggest that we now move for lunch, and then if you have made up your mind on who you are and what you're doing here, then please move to these poster boards and put up a post-it. And I really like to, would be nice if we can have lots of color and statements and things to discuss for the second half. And in the second half, I'll just briefly go back. We first have Amadou Tangara and Stefan Boyera, who will talk about voice services, and then we have Tim Unwin, who will talk about if there's actually a point in doing this, right? Does it actually make a difference? And then finally we have Hans Akkermans, who closes the sandwich that was introduced by Stefan Schlobach, and then we'll talk a bit about the post-it. So please enjoy the lunch and your poster boards. Thank you.
Good. Yeah, sure. So,
So is it mutually exclusive? Yes. You're by the way, you're a practitioner.
Oh, I'm a practitioner. I was an author.
You know, this is so we do possibilities, right? There's a famous story about forecast space, right? What's this categorization of the world? And then also look. Hi, how are you? Yeah. What do you need? Just check. Sure. Do you need audio or?
I think I will stick with the playback. Honestly, I was very disappointed by it. And you need because everybody has seen all our presentations.
Oui, Mirjam. They say that we couldn't figure out. Yeah, I thought they were this one. It's nice song. If you want to wait now. I am the bonjour.
Moi je trouve qu'ils nous ont enlevé toutes les épines, ils nous ont même enlevé le pied. Tout le film là.
So it's actually choosing that now.
20 tous, ouais, 20, et donc 15 la première partie, c'est tu m'as averti à 15.
Oui, okay, so I should warn you is there
so I hope you do 15, 5.
Okay, I'll just put up a sign for both of them, right? So if
because we are split, I would prefer if you tell me for the first 15 when I have 5 minutes left, so that I can speed up.
I think total we have 45 customers, which is the 20 minutes, 22 minutes
Okay. So I would suggest.
Okay. Yeah. The left or not?
Perfect. And it comes up on here as well. So I can see what I'm doing. That's working. Hopefully, if we switch it off. Yeah, we'll get it back on. I will try it. Honestly, with these, I have a whole lot of these.
Get my association very lot.
Is there a lure?
Just to bug you during lunch, for those that need Wi-Fi connection badly, we have Wi-Fi passwords for the VU network. So if you need them, they are here next to the post-its.
Hello. 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 What is that? No, not
And another thing, you can also walk into the garden because it's actually nice weather in the Netherlands, which happens twice a year, so enjoy it.
Hello. It's not password. I'm Monica Blackburn. No.
No, because I am a sort of a hybrid, because I am a development person who embraced ICT, so I am like development person or ICT4D. I think so. This is how I put on my protocol. But what is sure about what it is?
That's how they introduced
That's what I We are comfortable. You know, it's always like that. You find ways around. I won't be able to spend a lot of money, but I will be able to do this. I'm not involved.
It looks like a replica, huh? You took the winning formula of Reij. The website is like.
Well, you try to well, this interaction was
yeah, very
good. I thought the man would be the boss.
No, I said. Yeah, they all are having meetings. Everybody's still in place. I suspect around Amsterdam is going to be crowded. That's anonymous. But when you write rules, you know.
Dus ik heb het zo net, ik dacht nou natuurlijk niet wel overheid. Dus dan zal ik zeggen dat wij dat wij nee, precies. Ja, precies. Dat denk ik ook. Ik kom namelijk vanavond pas in
I hope I'm right. Maybe not. Lots of people What is very bad is that this cord is too short, so you always ended up being in the middle of the.
Yeah, you have a longer one.
That's okay. I mean, but then it's a bit high, isn't it? Or
Yeah, but that's
normal?
for the
okay.
practice.
I think I can remove the word. Just remove the word. chain. You have 21, don't you?
No, it's already 2 years old. So I need to compress all videos.
Are you sure? I've been playing with the surface. It's pretty great. It's very powerful, quite small. You know this Windows tablet that has a keyboard, a real keyboard. And yeah, it's very nice. It's like you can stay, mine can stay 10, 12 hours. It's a full window. It has USB port, so you can plug keys. You have Word, PowerPoint, all Windows. It's pretty. That's very expensive. Yeah, it's 7 something. But it's pretty good.
Zal ik dan maar als enige paarse papiertjes pakken?
Weet je, onderweg.
Ja.
Ja, doe maar. Ik heb het gegeven van die andere 4 gaan gegeven.
Nee. Oh, these were signs. They would be much more I guess.
Far away.
Oh my God, no. I said, by which area? Yes. No, after I.
Oh, you. All right.
You're not sure where you're from. So you mean that there is something important here that the zero disease what is hungry?
What do you think?
Yes. Yeah, I see you. Yeah.
Yes, because I am
Okay. Yeah.
we will also use this project to including the voice.
Yeah, it was good. We have okay. Ja, we begonnen 10 minuten later. Nee, ik dacht al, die hadden van opgesproken en ik van, wat gaan we doen met de breakout session voeren en zo wel. Nou, het was ook geen geval. Maar zo goed hebben we een beetje gesproken. Nee, het is heel leuk. Ja, ik moet eigenlijk zo even jullie Yes. Where were you born? That's always the thing is I was born here and I'm here and I will say community people might be here.
If you are working for credit,
That's that's before. More or less humble. Look, there was this. Nee, dat is een beetje nee, dat is daar. Ja. Ja. Dat is gewoon this is if you completely disagree with this. Oh, this is your color. So you just I think it's just a visualization of what people. Yeah, so you can I mean you can put your everybody can be.
Nee, ik heb het, jij zal het niet meer meemaken, maar
That's why you did.
For ICT, the company
What is the SQL code that is protected by the badge and iris detector?
we apply
So if you are shy, you can sit here. Yeah.
Oh no, you again?
Yeah. So she was telling me that kicking FYI.
I am
Pardon tu branches ton ordi. Amène-le, on essaye.
That's not
Yeah, so now yes, putting his eggs in internet.
nice. That music. I'm just excellent. I'll provoke him.
Yeah.
I'll make sure.
Bien là, on va fermer ça, hop, fais-le là-dessus. Câble clos.
Le verre, je le ferme à 3 mois. C'est bon, c'est bon.
Voilà, essaye ta présentation.
Allez, non, c'est bon.
Non, c'est bon. C'est bon? Non, on prendra, on branchera juste les moments. Ouais. Et après, je rebranche les miens. Ouais.
I've been looking for an A4 sticker, but I couldn't find it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I thought we were together.
Nou, ik ben zeer op. Oh ja,
Okay. Hello, everybody. I think we'll be starting in about 5 minutes, but we won't start before we see exactly the amount of post-its on each board of the amount of people we've counted. So please, before we start, fill in your post-its and put them on the board so that we can say some things about it.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Oh, you are making jokes all the time, so
Right. I think it's better to make jokes. Yeah. How long do you have it? So you're working on one, right? How long do you Well, some yes.
A mix.
Much of what you were saying resonates strongly, and you can see the same way.
Yeah. Yeah, so originally in the preliminary sync, we were planning to show the movie that's Wendelien. So when she said we will make it I think I said him just having the movie. Well, I think he did so from
And basically, they explain what it is.
It seems like they are making a more.
You can see it spreading. You go 1 year and then you see it. We used to do stuff with the grants for coaching researchers as well. Sorry.
Sorry. Oh, that's a new recording or that's a new recording for you. Okay, great. You want to?
I think I will do a presentation. If there are any questions, I'll take questions. Just because I have to be very careful. Sure.
Good job. Good job.
So we just get the mic.
Okay, while some last post-its are being put up, I should mention that actually we have another tea break scheduled later this afternoon, so that we have 10 more minutes to put these up. And before we start with the first speaker, I just want to say again that we do have Wi-Fi passwords if you need them. We have hashtags put up on the pillars here, so that's VU ICT4D with a hashtag in front of it. And also, we would like to sort of refer you. We've put some materials, some reading material in folders for you, which includes some of the work that we at VU have been doing. So there's also more technical details on the thing that was asked by Julie, for example. And also there's pointers to a number of the websites that collect some of the work that we've been doing here at VU, including the website worldwidesemanticweb.org, where we collect a number of efforts towards collects a number of efforts towards bringing this idea of linked data and knowledge sharing without internet connectivity or with these special circumstances that we deal with in development contexts. Okay, so the Wi-Fi, I already said this, so now I'll give the floor to my colleague, who then introduces my other colleague. Hope you enjoy the second half.
Okay, thank you, Victoria. Before I give the floor to Stéphane, I would like to introduce two very special speakers that are going to tell you their story. It is Stéphane Boyera and Amadou Tangara. And they are very special because they are both innovators. They are real innovators. And Stefan is director of ICT4D, which is consultancy for development. He worked for the W3C. He worked for the Web Foundation. Actually, he was one of the initiators of it, together with Tim Berners-Lee. He was here 5 years ago at the Symposium for social development that we organized when Tim Berners-Lee visited the University in Amsterdam. He was one of the speakers, and it was the start of the collaboration that we had, and that still continues. So that's very special. And same for Tangara, that we met in Mali, and we worked together in this European research project Voices, and which was very interesting. And I hope that they will tell a lot about that, about what we did and what we still want to continue. So, Stefan, I give the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Anna, and thank you for inviting me. So I have two challenges. One is to keep you awake during this nap time, so I will do my best. And second, not to repeat what was said this morning, even if you will find lots of the things already. The first things, you have heard it to all the speakers this morning, the mobile revolution. So I think it was clear, this is one of the largest technology revolution that have reached the developing world, and Africa in particular. I think the numbers, more than 90% of the world population today is covered by mobile phone networks. I think we are reaching now 95%, so almost everybody. You see the number here of the mobile subscription. So we are 7 billion, a bit more than 7 billion on Earth. There is 6.8 billion mobile subscriptions. Of course, some people have more than one, but that give you a sense. Penetration rate here, I think that's also impressive. Even if Africa, I don't know if you can read, but Africa is here. Even if Africa is lagging behind, the penetration rates globally at the continent level is today 63%. So there's 63% of people who have a mobile phone. So that's a huge thing. That's really almost every household with a mobile everywhere you go in sub-Saharan Africa. Perhaps more than numbers, pictures. So this is a place where we were 2 days drive out of Bamako. Farmers, herders, you can see here they have whole mobile phones, and you can see here Tangara on the border of the picture. So for the first time in history, people have an appliance that can not only receive information like radio or televisions are sending information to them, but they have also a device with which they can send information, they can express their opinion, they can request support, and so on. So this is again a huge revolution, and you have heard that many times. However, this was also mentioned this morning by Mirjam. Sorry. For now, most of the usage of mobile phones in Africa so far has been for person-to-person voice communication. There is a set of challenges to transform the usage of mobile phone and make it an ICT platform. And there are, for me, 5 major barriers, 5 major challenges to address. And they are of different types. There are technology challenge, that's the last one and the easiest to understand. Clearly, if people have phones, they don't have today smartphones, but they have phones like we had 15 years ago also. So this graphic here comes from Kenya. Kenya is one of the most advanced markets in sub-Saharan Africa with Nigeria and South Africa. And you can see here that's 53% of the phones are the most basic phones, which can only do voice call and SMS. The part of smartphone, you see 9%. So that's really only for the top of the elite. Other challenges, so you have the profile of people, high level of illiteracy. So again, to illustrate that, in Mali, the national rate of illiteracy is above 50%. So there is more than 50% of the adult population that cannot read and write. When you have this rate at the national level, that means that perhaps in Bamako you have 25 or 20% because people have access to schools, to books, etc. But when you go to rural areas, you have 70, 80% of the adults that are illiterate. Second challenges, language and dialects. Lots of different languages, small languages that are spoken by only a few 100,000 or even less people. So those are, I would say, the kind of profile issue. Financial barrier also. People have obviously low disposable income. We are talking about farmers who are earning $1 per day or less than $2 a day. So this is a challenge to bring new services and to bring technology to them. Last point is obviously the skills related to ICT. They haven't been trained. They never access to computers. So thinking of like this morning it was said, thinking of a farmer going to Google and search for a problem is just a total nonsense. So those are really the 5 major barriers. But what is the most important, I think, is what I try to put in this pyramid, which is the challenges are not the same depending on which social class you are working with. So if you are part of the elite, obviously you are like everybody in these rooms. You have tablets, you have smartphones, you have broadband, you have connectivity, you have ADSL, and so on. And the more you go down the social pyramid, the less, the more important are those barriers. And in particular, what we find is that there is a huge gap between urban or peri-urban areas and rural areas. In urban areas, people have more access to internet cafes, they have more access to advertisements, to training, etc. So usually there is a lower level of illiteracy, they have access to more advanced equipment and so on. When you really reach the base of the pyramid, you have far more challenges. This is where you have the highest level of illiteracy, as I said before, and where the language issue is more important and where the income is the lowest. So this is really essential to understand, and to understand lots of the work we have been working, and that's I will go for now, which is working in this red area. So we have been working with the Network Institute, Hans, Anna, Victor, Sarah, and so on, to bring services to farmers, and farmers are clearly at that level. So that's why we had to, innovate and develop new technologies, and that's how we ended up developing voice-based access. So you have heard a lot this morning about voice-based access. So first of all, let me just tell you, in case you are not very clear, what we mean by voice-based technology. So this is what you are experiencing when you call from here your airlines or your bank. You reach, a kind of automatic voice that offers you some options and provide you some information. So that's what we call voice technology. This is as old as the telephony. I mean, the first voice applications are perhaps 30, 40 years old. But to date, it was not applied in the context of development, as a means to deliver services to underprivileged communities in Africa. And we have been pioneers again with VU, with Saeleco, Professor Dittoh, and so on, in exploring how to adapt this technology to become a means to deliver services to underprivileged people. So here in this slide, I summarize why voice technology is close to a magic bullet for delivering services. There is five major points. First of all, it bridged what we call the hardware gap. So you can access voice services from absolutely all phones, whatever models. As far as you can place a phone call, you can use voice service. The second thing is even more important. It bridges what I call the internet gap. So you don't need to be connected to the internet to be able to access voice service. So the only need you have is to be connected to a phone network, but then you can call a service that is then connected to the web and provide you information. So that's the second key thing, because when I mentioned earlier that 90% of the world population is covered by a mobile signal, in the vast majority of the regions, it's only voice and SMS signal. It's not a data signal yet. Third point, the language gap. Voice to today is the only technology that can be delivered in absolutely all language of the world. You don't have issue with character sets, with scripts. You can have, Urdu. You can have Chinese, Japanese, whatever language you want to deliver your service in. You can use voice technology for it. Fourth point is obviously the literacy gap. So you only need to be able to listen and to speak in order to interact with a voice technology, and I will come back to that in a second. And finally, it bridges also the ICT gap, because on your phone, the only functionality you have to use is dialing a phone number. Just to give you an example, SMS, is a function on the phone that lots of people have major issues with. So the usual usage of SMS in a countries like Mali is below 20%. There is less than 20% of the mobile subscribers that use SMS. A big part of this is due to illiteracy, but another part is also the inability for people to type a text using 9 keys. So I think it's a pain for everybody, but particularly when you haven't been trained and you are not using that often, that's even more a problem. So that's another big advantage of voice technology. So those are all the reasons why we decided back in 2010 to start research on how to adapt this old technology to the development context, and we have been, and that's what I will present in the next few slides, is the type of challenges that we have been facing in the field. For me, there are three types of challenges that I will quickly go through. One is the relevance, accessibility, usability, and trust. The point is not to build a service. The point is to bring development outcomes, improving people's lives. So, what do you need so that a service make a difference for a community? The second is you can demonstrate that something works, but how can it be sustainable over time? How can it be both affordable so that people can pay for it, and sustainable so that it does not rely on external funds to work? And the last point is about scalability, how to make it more accessible to a greater number of people. So I could spend hours on discussing the challenges of deploying in a given community a voice service, because that's one of the major challenges we have been facing in the last 5 years or so. I just put a couple of points which have been major findings from my perspective. First of all is audio interface design. So that's how you build your applications so that when people listen to it, they understand it and they can interact with it. What we have found is that that's a major challenge. So you have to realize that people, even if they have a phone, during all their life, each time they have dialed a number, they have reached a human. So for the first time, you are telling them to dial a number and reach a computer. And the computers have absolutely no idea what it is. They have never seen a computer. So you can understand the gap in terms of mental model that they have to make in order to be able to interact with this kind of applications. So you have, the only option you have is to make the interface as simple as possible, particularly in terms of depth of module or depth of menu. Sorry, you cannot go for more than 3-4 choice. You cannot go for more than 2 menus, otherwise people are completely lost. So here the challenge and also the strategy is in order to have powerful services, is how to bring as much metadata as possible when someone interacts with the service. So 5 minutes, I have to run. So just quickly, if someone calls and you recognize him through, for instance, his phone number, and you know that it's a farmer growing sorghum and it's harvest time, then you have lots of information about him so that you can provide more relevant information to him. So that's what I mean, bringing metadata to the application and keeping the interface as simple as possible. The second point is also very important. Illiteracy, before I started this work, for me, illiteracy was a kind of binary thing. Either you are illiterate or you are literate. It's completely wrong. It's a continuum, and you have people that cannot just understand what they are reading, but they are perfectly fluent with numbers, and some others are not able at all to manage numbers. And for instance, if you try to deliver services to people who does not manage numbers, they are not able to associate the sound 1 with the icon 1 on the keypad of their phone. So if you tell them press 1 on your phone, they have absolutely no idea what you are asking them to do. So you have to adapt your design to this. So for instance, in that case, you just have binary choice. You tell them press or not press. Otherwise, they cannot do anything. So just those are just examples of the type of design issue you are facing, and you have to adapt to make a service really usable and accessible. Last point, and for me it's one of the most important things. Lots of people say, oh, we need to bring information to communities so that they can make better decisions. But information has value only if it's trusted by those who are receiving it. So if you are a farmer and someone you have never heard of is telling you to change completely your agriculture techniques, why would you believe him and endanger your production for a year? So this trust is really, really an essential thing. And here again, how to build trust is part of the design of the application that you have to integrate. So we have found out that gender is an issue. So delivering cooking advice by a man is a nonsense, that kind of thing. So delivering maternal health advice by a man is a nonsense in some cultures. So you have to really understand this kind of cultural focus. Non-voice also, we have worked, and Tangara will present it, we have worked with radio. So we had to have our application using the voice of the speaker of the radio so that people understand that they are interacting with the radio. That kind of things are also essential. And again, overlooking this notion of trust is critical. I'll try to go quick. Business model, for me, that's the second major things. They are a full symmetries of projects and applications due to a bad business model. And there are a few questions to address. And you cannot decouple business model and technology. Otherwise, you miserably fail. Because if you don't design the right model, people may use it because you provide all the money for the pilots, but when you're gone, everything collapses. So few questions that are for me essential. Who pays and who benefits? So an example is when doctors or health workers in the field are asked to report on specific disease surveillance. So you are asking them usually to do more work, reporting, and then sometimes even you are asking them to pay for the SMS or the phone call they place. So why the hell would they go for it? There is absolutely no reason. So it's essential to really understand who pays and who benefits. The second point is the return on investment. That's another essential point. It's not a matter of having a free service or non-free service. What is important is the return on investment. You pay for something that's a better deal than doing it another way. This morning with the woman Maria, we have the example. She knows that if she pays 2,000 francs for a phone call, she saves time and lots of money compared to going to the town and buying her stuff. So people are very clever in understanding what is the best way for them. So you have to again design that in a way that the return on investment is positive. Third point, and that's subsume the two is all about incentive. What are the incentives for people to use a particular service? And it could be social. This morning we heard that reputation, position in the community is important. It could be economic. You save money, you increase your income. But looking at what are the incentives are essential, because you are asking again people to pay for a service, and you are asking them to bridge a knowledge gap, to learn a new technology, to change their way of working. So this has a cost, intellectual and financial cost, and you have to have a greater incentive on the other side. Last point, which is as critical for me, is that you can have a great business model on the paper. Technology also is essential for implementing it. For instance, again, there are a symmetry of applications where people just forgot on how to collect money. So you have ICT services that allow you to do remote transactions, but how does the money flows? That's sometimes something you forgot. So how do you implement your business model with your technology? This was mentioned this morning. They start to have now new opportunities with mobile money. but mobile money is still not an option in rural areas in almost 100% of the country where it's available. So this is an essential point. Last point, I will just go through local deployments. I have experience in about a dozen countries in sub-Saharan Africa and Pacific Island on how to deploy those services, how to make them available on specific phone numbers in the countries, and that's a challenge of all kinds. Getting the phone numbers, getting capacity so that you can address a huge number of users. Data centers. I mean, you cannot imagine today having your application lying on a cloud service in Europe and the US. The international bandwidth is just not big enough. It's not stable enough. So you have to find local solutions for that, and that's a challenge. And if you look for local solutions, then you have to think about sustainability updates, local capacity, etc. Last point is negotiation with mobile operators, which is probably the biggest pain in the world that you have when you want to deploy a service. So, and whatever their nationality, they are French, South Africans, everywhere they are all the same beast. That's challenging, and usually just this part is taking twice or three times more time than just developing the application. Quickly before I give the floor to Tangara, so we are now example. Voices is an EU project. There was a research project that gathered many organizations, including Sahel-Eco, that's Tangara representing, VU University, Orange, CSIR, and NWU in South Africa, and so on. So we were 13 organizations. It was EU funded. It has two themes. One was health in Senegal, one was agriculture in Mali. And all the results are available in the open source domain. And now I will give the floor to Tangara to present in more details what we have done as part of this work and as part of the Web Alliance for Rebuilding in Africa in Mali. So I will be the translator because Tangara speaks French only.
Voilà. Merci Stéphane et merci à Anna et à M. Anne de m'avoir invité ici.
Sorry. So thank you Anna, thank you everybody for inviting me.
Je finis par parler Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen. Merci. Et je m'en vais très rapidement vous présenter donc ce qu'on a fait pratiquement par rapport à Radio Marché, à Tabalé et à Afro-Wablo. Radio Marché.
Okay, so yeah, he's going to present the three services that we develop as part of this Voices project. I'm not translating what he's saying, just telling you.
Ok, c'est juste pour dire aux gens que ça se passe ici. Donc voilà un peu le Mali, voilà où se trouve un peu le Mali sur la carte de l'Afrique. Et au Mali, ça se passe un peu dans la ceinture au niveau du Mali, donc dans la région de Ségou-Mortier.
So this is where we run the project.
Ok, merci bien. Donc, Radio Marché, donc, comme vous le voyez, donc, c'est un service qui utilise la téléphonie, donc la radio, donc, qui sert à mettre les produits sur le marché. C'est pas largement expliqué déjà.
So Radio Marché is a service that is both a mix of mobile phone and radio that allow farmers to announce the availability of their product and sell them through radio announcement.
Alors, c'est venu d'où? C'est venu où? Bon, un peu l'historique, quoi. Donc, vous savez que nous sommes une ONG nationale au Mali. Donc, on travaillait avant donc, pour réverdir vraiment le Mali et l'Afrique. Donc, on s'est dit qu'il ne s'agit plus de dire aux gens seulement de planter, mais il faut faire de l'arbre un centre d'intérêt. Raison pour laquelle Sahel-Eco, avec ses partenaires, on a mis en place 117 entreprises villageoises autour des produits forestiers non ligneux.
Okay. So this is the bit of history. So Sayelico is a national NGO in Mali that is promoting the regreening in Mali, and clearly the core approach, the first step is in order to make that possible is to consider the street as the center of the production of the farmers, and thus Sayelico has focused on products made out of trees and how farmers can sell those products coming out of trees, all products except woods.
Voilà, donc ainsi donc ces entreprises ont été formées, donc ils savent comment faire des produits de très bonne qualité, mais à un moment ils ont été butés donc par rapport à l'écoulement de leurs produits sur le marché.
So, so the first step that Sayelico took, and so I forgot to mention in the previous translation, it's working with 117 enterprises. So the first thing they did is teaching to these 117 enterprises new techniques in order to improve the quality of the products they were making out of these products. So typically things like shea butter, shea nuts, honey, etc. So their first step was, improving quality. But then quickly they realizing that this was not enough because they have high quality product, but they have no way to sell them at higher price. So that's how they engage in the second step.
Ces groupes sont constitués de près de 75-80% de femmes.
80% of this group are women producers.
Voilà, donc voilà un peu comment ces groupes produits. Vous avez là des amendes de qualité. Donc, et ces groupements de femmes là sont autour des amendes de qualité qui sont en train de chercher comme ça. Donc, c'est des amendes de qualité. Et là, c'est le miel également. Et d'autres produits forestiers non liés.
So, I was a bit ahead of the translation, so it's just saying that shea nuts, honey, and so on.
Alors, la situation, avant toujours qu'on commence avec Forwardflow, donc j'avais mis en place pour les aider à écouler leurs produits, j'avais mis en place un système d'SMS. C'est-à-dire, j'ai appris rapidement aux femmes comment est-ce qu'on écrit un simple SMS, le nom du produit, la quantité du produit et le prix. Donc, ils m'envoyaient ça et moi, je m'asseyais autour de mon ordinateur. Donc, j'ai transformé ça en fichier Excel et je courais donc, pour envoyer ça à partir d'un cyber. Il a mis le moteur, sinon c'était un vélo. D'accord. Je prenais mon vélo et j'amenais ça au niveau des radios ou encore envoyer ça aux radios partenaires, donc maintenant qui se chargent de l'acheminer. Donc le processus pouvait prendre 2 jours ou plus.
Okay, so originally, Sayelico has this idea to use radio to promote products of farmers on the radio because of the fact that radio is one of the key media. So the first thing that Sayelico and Tangara tried is setting up a system based on SMS, where it taught some representative in some communities on how to send SMS to him, so that on his phone he was receiving SMS with the information. Then that's Tangara here. He was using his computer to collect to enter all these informations. Then he was printing the paper, and in some case he was going to a cyber cafe and just sending him by email to some of the radio. But for the smallest radio, he had to print, and then before it was a cycle, now it sounds like it's a motorcycle. He was going to some of the radio and delivering the sheet of paper to the radio speaker, which was then, just reading it live. This overall process could take up to 2 days or even more.
Maintenant, avec l'arrivée des partenaires, donc l'Université d'Amsterdam, Stéphane, donc le processus est devenu presque automatique. Quand je recevais les messages, quand je reçois les messages, immédiatement je le mets dans la plateforme. Donc la plateforme génère déjà le communiqué. Donc moi je peux à mon niveau déjà voir, entendre, écouter le communiqué si c'est bon. Donc une fois que c'est bon, donc je publie le communiqué. Donc au niveau des radios, ils ont automatiquement le communiqué fini avec la voix de l'animateur qu'ils ont choisi. Qui fait le communiqué d'habitude. Donc le processus prend au maximum 20 minutes maintenant.
Okay, so the work we have done through the Voices project and Radio Marché is replacing, this second part of the program yet, which is now after Tangara has entered all the data, the system automatically generates audio files that contain all the informations, and those audio files just have to be played by the radio. The specificity we did is that we were working with 3 radios, and we use each radio have a specific audio file that is generated using the voice of their speaker. So mostly what the system is generating is an audio file, like if it was spoken by the speaker of the radio. And then, he published that on the web, and radios who have web access can just download the audio file and play it. And those radios who does not have web access, but just a basic phone, are able to dial to the platform and just play live, as we see this morning in the movie of Wendelien, play live the audio file on the web. So in total now, it takes 20 minutes between the time that Tangara has entered the information and it is broadcasted by the three radios.
Et ça se fait en plusieurs langues également.
Yes, and this is going over 3 languages, local French, Bomu, and Bambara.
Voilà. Donc, j'ai fait ressortir ici quelques avantages, donc faciliter le travail pour ça et le cours, parce que moi, ce que je faisais en 3 jours, je le fais maintenant en moins de 20 minutes. Donc, faciliter le travail également pour les stations radio, parce qu'ils ont un communiqué fin prêt, donc accès direct au communiqué, assurance que les communiqués sont corrects, parce que j'ai le temps de vérifier. Donc, il y a les coûts également liés au temps et aux transports qui sont enlevés. Donc, il y a un archivage également propre de communiqués, quoi.
Okay, so those are listing the biggest advantage of the system. So first of all, it saves lots of work for Tangara. From a 3-day process, it is now, a 20-minute process. So he's winning a lot of time and also transport and so on. This is also a big advantage for radios. They don't have to, move and retrieve the data from internet, or they don't have to have the speaker available to read the sheet, because they just have to play the file. They are also sure that the quality is good, because sometimes the speaker, he does not spell well the name or the phone number of the producer or something. So here we are sure about the quality of the information that is broadcasted, because Tangara has listened to it before, and so it also saves costs on the overall process for all the time of transport and so on. And it provides also an archive process that we can now see what has been published in the last 6 months, and see if there is any evolutions of price, etc.
Donc voilà un peu quelques effets que j'ai fait ressortir ici. Donc l'évolution des quantités vendues, parce que les dames que nous accompagnons, donc les quantités qu'ils ont vendues par produit, donc les amandes de qualité, le beurre de qualité, le miel et les tamarins. Donc nous avons commencé le processus, j'ai pris l'exemple sur une période donnée. Donc on a commencé le processus en novembre. Donc et à partir de novembre, donc novembre étant la période de référence, donc on a commencé en décembre jusqu'à mars, donc où on a arrêté un peu le processus, on a évalué le processus. Donc vous allez voir, ils vont dire pourquoi certains produits descendent, parce que la quantité avant était finie. Donc en 3 mois, ils ont pratiquement vendu toute une production du monde. Donc c'est allé très vite. Quand les communicants ont passé, les achats sont allés très très vite. Donc voilà. Et de l'autre côté ici, on a mis un peu les revenus par rapport à ces produits-là. Donc ils voient que pratiquement donc, les revenus sont vendus partout.
Okay, so those are, an evaluation period that is from November 2011 to March 2012. On this side you have quantity, and on this side you have price. So what is very interesting is, for instance, for the shea nuts, this one falling down. So people were able to sell in 3 months what usually take close to a year to sell their productions. So this drop here show that people were able to sell far quickly than before, so they could sell their whole production in 3 months. what is interesting also is for ONI here, you see what we have heard this morning is that people can now develop their production because they have more opportunities to sell them. So here, because you know, that's something you can expand, you see the production growing up. The same for price, and I think the most important, the best results are for the ONI. You see the price are going up quickly, and that's how Mr. Zachary has, you know, really seen his life completely changing because of the income brought by the ONI. Just to add one point on what Tangara has said here, which is also one of the output of this, is that this show you that there is a completely different behavior depending on the product. So it's not a magic tool that solves all the agricultural issue. That has a major difference depending on the type of the issue that specific value chain have. And we see that for ONI, it was just, you know, really a magic tool. But from others, you know, you have not that same impact. For shea nuts, you see that, you know, people have sold, you know, quicker, but, you know, not in the results range of ONI. So I think that's important to realize that, you know, that's not a magic tool that solves all issue, but that solves some of the issue of some of the value chain of some of the products.
Et ce qui est surtout intéressant, c'est que ce sont les producteurs même qui fixent leur prix. Parce qu'avant, ils attendaient l'acheteur qui arrive le matin, ils achètent à ce prix. Mais maintenant, ils discutent avec l'acheteur, donc à distance, avant que l'acheteur n'arrive. Donc, ils participent à la fixation du prix de leur produit.
One key point is that now it's farmers that are fixing the price. They are announcing the price. They are making the deal before people coming to their farm gate. That's changed completely the power of the negotiation. They announce their price. That's they make based on, you know, the information they have, and they are not limited to those visiting them at the farm gate.
Voilà, donc ensuite j'ai un peu mis les différentes radios qui sont appliquées. Donc dans le système des radios marché, c'est Ortem Segou, Radio Moutian de Tominia, Radio Morti, Radio Boyera de Boyera. Donc c'est ce que j'ai mis ici.
So those are the list of radio that are involved. The language, as I say, French, Bambara, Bomu, and we mentioned that that's the fact that we use the speaker voice. So here you see me sampling the speaker voice in order to make the software to generate those communications. And here is Anna at radio station Moutian.
Bon, voilà un peu comment se présente l'interface. Donc, je ne sais pas, je ne pourrais pas faire une démo ici, je ne sais pas. Sinon, ça se présente. Voilà, donc ça se présente un peu comme ça. Donc, à la fin de mon exposé, je vais vous faire écouter un peu un communiqué généré. Donc, ça se présente un peu comme ça. Donc, une fois qu'un communiqué arrive, je le mets dans la base, ça s'affiche comme ça. Donc, il suffit de cocher dans les différents carreaux qui sont là, donc pour faire un communiqué avec les différentes informations qui sont là. Si je veux faire un communiqué qui contient l'information 1 et 3, par exemple, je coche dans 1 et 3 et je crée le communiqué en bas. Donc je mets les numéros et le communiqué est là en français, en boumou et en bambara. En même temps, avec la voix de Foussine, de Gustave, des amateurs radio et pour en fait.
Okay, so to translate it quickly, this is the web interface of the application. So, so you have I could stop there. So you can see here are the lines that Tangara entered based on the information he collected. Then he selects, you know, the products he wants to put on the specific communique, generate them, the audio file, and then he can listen to them and publish them on the radio platform, so that the radio can access them. So this is the web interface, and Tangara will now have you listen the voice that is generated. Or later.
J'avais dit à la fin de
at the end, he said.
Okay. Continue rapidement. Donc voilà donc Tabalé qu'on appelle organisateur d'événements. Donc Tabalé, comme il le voit, c'est en langue bambara. Donc c'est les grands tam-tams qu'on tape au village pour faire appel aux gens, pour organiser les grands événements. Donc c'est pourquoi on l'appelle Tabale.
So Tabale is the name is coming from this big stuff. I have no idea how to call it. The drum, yeah, of course. Drum. So this is the name of this big drum that is used in villages to convene people for a meeting. So Tabale is the service that we developed together with Saireko to organize a meeting through mobile phone in Bambara, only Bambara and French.
C'est ça. Donc c'est un peu comme ça. Donc Tabale, par exemple, nous on l'utilise pour nos différentes réunions. Les paysans peuvent l'utiliser pour les différentes réunions sur le Grand Arbre. On peut l'utiliser également pour organiser des travaux ensemble pour les femmes.
So the use cases are numerous. It is serving Saireko to convene meeting when they go somewhere. They want to bring people together. So instead of calling them one by one, the system do all this work for them. It could be used also by the farmers themselves if they want to convene a meeting between them, or or to convene for joint activities, training or harvesting or whatever. So that's a way to automatically convene a set of people using voice technology.
Un exemple, à
Saireko, avant, si je voulais organiser une rencontre avec les employés, 50 personnes, donc je devais prendre mon téléphone et appeler chacun un à un. Donc on s'est dit vraiment avec Tabale, niveau utiliser Tabale.
Okay, so I was a bit ahead of the translation again. So this is what he's explaining. So before, if he wants to organize a meeting with 50 people, he has to place 50 phone calls and retry for people when they are not available or not under coverage and so on. So now he just take 5 minutes to enter the meeting description in the application, and then the application make the phone call to all these people, retry, and he collect all the answers.
Alors voilà un peu
comment ça se présente. Voilà. Donc au niveau de Saireko, je mets l'information, je lance le communiqué. Donc ça se charge d'envoyer le message en bambara, en français et en boumou. Donc l'interface, je vais lire quoi. Donc mon message, je peux le faire dans toutes les langues que je veux. Et les personnes le reçoivent comme tel. Et ils ont même la latitude de réagir pour dire que je ne serai pas là ou je serai là ou je ne serai pas là. Et même me dire pourquoi ils ne seront pas là.
Okay, so this is how it works. Tangara enter a message in different languages. The system remember for each users which language is speaking, and then it dial with the right language to each of the person, and the person can listen to the information and provide feedback in the form of a selection. Do you attend? Yes, no, I don't know, and a comment.
Alors, donc, comme vous le voyez, envoyer un message vocal à plusieurs personnes en plusieurs langues. Donc, les contacts peuvent vous répondre à un message vocal et on peut accéder à des réponses enregistrées et des contacts, organiser des réunions, etc.
Okay, so just the usual advantage, the fact that you can see all the responses, people can answer the messages and so on. So all what we said before.
Donc voilà un peu comment se présente l'interface. Donc ça se présente comme ça. Donc je crée, on peut ajouter des contacts. Donc on peut créer également l'événement. Donc il suffit de lancer seulement chacun à l'appel. Et moi, entre-temps, il y a la situation de l'événement qui peut s'afficher ici. Donc j'aurai vraiment le nombre de personnes totales qui sont dans l'événement. Donc j'aurai ceux qui vont venir, ceux qui vont participer, j'aurai leur nombre ici. Ceux qui ne participeront pas, j'aurai leur nombre. Ceux qui n'ont pas encore répondu et ceux qui ne savent pas, donc j'ai leur nombre également. Donc et ici, ça va s'afficher les messages, vont s'afficher. Et donc je peux même écouter les messages. Bref, étant sur place, je peux carrément gérer la rencontre, quoi.
So from his computer, Tangara can manage the meeting. Here you have all the response collected, so you have the number of participants. So this meeting was not particularly exciting because there was just one, but normally you would say, oh, I have 50 people here. There is this number who say they will come, this number will say they will not come, this number will say they don't know, and then those who haven't responded yet.
of course the archive of the different messages.
Donc ça c'est maintenant la troisième plateforme qui s'appelle
Forwablon aussi c'est Bambara, ça voudrait être le vestibule public où tout le monde peut prendre la parole, mais pour dire que la vérité.
Okay, Forwablon name comes from a specific room in the house where people are meeting and everybody can take can speak freely, and everybody can be heard in this space. So that's why we call it Forwablon.
Non, non pas. On dit la vérité de loin.
But you are not allowed to lie.
Voilà. Donc pourquoi Forwablon? Donc les radios partenaires, vous avez vu que depuis ici, avec la radio marché et avec Cabalet, donc on travaille avec des radios partenaires. Donc les différents radios partenaires également font partie de notre chaîne de développement en question. Donc les différents partenaires, radios partenaires ont exposé leurs problèmes ensemble et nous avons trouvé des solutions typiques, dont Forwablon qui est là.
Okay, so what's interesting here is that originally we didn't really have Forwablon as part of our roadmap and part of our ID, but the fact that we are working with community radio as part of the other initiative, in particular Radio Marché, we have been in touch with the radio and start discussing with them about the type of challenges they are facing, and then how some of the tools we are developing could help them. And this is how Forwablon came into the pictures. They say that they have to manage a lot of communique between them and their listeners, and that's how we sort of designing Forwablon.
Voilà, on a également fait une petite recherche des données avec les différents radios partenaires. Donc et là on travaille avec un certain nombre de radios et des individus également. Donc sur la plateforme c'est comme ça. Donc il y a Radio Silidolo qui est une radio communautaire, il y a Radio Moutia également qui est communautaire, il y a Radio Seno avec qui on a moins travaillé mais qui est communautaire également, et il y a surtout l'UFM Ségou qui est étatique.
Voilà. So those are the radio we have been working with. So it's interesting to note that Radio Seno in green here are the one we are working the less with. And the three others are those who have been working a lot with us, and the top one, the radio, the OFM Ségou is the state radio. Others are community radios.
Donc les types de communiqués qui passent, c'est des avis de fêtes et cérémonies traditionnelles, avis de desserts, avis de fêtes d'animaux et autres avis.
So the type of communique is, organization of parties, ceremonies, wedding, funerals, loss of animals and livestock, and so on.
Voilà, et c'est là un peu comment est-ce que les recettes par rapport à ces communiqués-là ont évolué avant Forwablon et entre 2012 et 2013.
Okay, so and here you can see the evolution of income for the radios before Forwablon and after, and you see that the one like Seno, who have been the smaller users, are those who have developed the less the income.
Voilà, donc j'ai ensuite mis un dernier slide pour dire quelle suite donner à tout ça. On s'est dit que il faut s'appuyer sur une organisation à la base pour aller à l'échelle. Parce qu'il y a beaucoup d'organisations qui demandent à ce que le système soit déployé à leur niveau. Donc il y a la question des radios marché également sur l'imaginaire. Donc pour une interrogation, alors qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire? Et il faut également développer d'autres applications, donc tels les systèmes de contrôle des forêts, l'information sur les techniques agricoles durables, le prix des produits agricoles sur le marché, l'information sur les semences améliorées, l'info également sur la pluviométrie, le comptage de la RNA et l'info sur les lois.
Okay, so what are the next steps? This is here. So in Mali, there have been lots of demand from other organizations that have seen Sileco using that, and they find it very exciting initiative, and they are interested to reproduce it on their settings. And so how to scale that up to cover all these demands that have blossomed since we presented it last year. So that's the first major question. The second question here is mostly we have been working with Orange in the past as part of this research project. So how to exit from the research project and move to professional solutions, as we'll say over time. That's the second question. Emerginov is the name of the research platform that Orange has put for us in Mali. And then the last point is, there are also, given that this technology is bringing lots of benefit to people, there is lots of demand for other applications, monitoring forest development, learning new agricultural technique, new agri-techniques, market price informations, seeds and new seeds, weather forecast and rainfall, monitoring of yes. Monitoring of the development of the regreening initiatives, information on legal context and laws and so on. So lots of news opportunities to develop further.
Voilà, donc autre également, j'ai ajouté des radios marché probablement Tavalé, ont été lauréats de l'Union africaine. Donc probablement a été également rendu par une organisation de protection d'enfants. Donc lors de la crise au nord du Mali, également ils ont été utilisés dans certains pays pour les élections.
Okay, so just to mention, so last year, Radio Marché probablement in Tavalé has been selected by the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs as one of the 20th best innovation in Africa for 2013. It was also used during the wartime in January 2013 in order to protect children in the North Mali, and it has been also used in a few other initiatives like the one that Wendelien presented this morning for monitoring election in Ghana and Kenya in 2012 and 2013 by Al Jazeera, which really wanted to get a feel from the film.
Voilà, donc le temps est très pressé et je voudrais inviter de nous avoir suivis. Donc merci à tous.
Okay, thank you. I will just finish quickly on. Do I have 1 more minute? So quickly, so what you have heard is about Radio Marché Tavalé and Foro Bablon. I have myself been involved in the replication, expansion of these services in about a dozen other initiatives that are listed here. So we just mentioned the selection monitoring by Al Jazeera, business matching services, which are relatively similar to Radio Marché in Kenya, in Fiji Island in the Pacific. I have also been involved in using the same kind of technology, but in other sectors like health. I'm currently working with the Ministry of Health in Nigeria for a service to fight HIV and to provide more information to the public. We are also working with MTV, which is developing a drama in Nigeria also, and wanted to provide mobile services around this drama. Those are just few examples just to show that there is a growing interest for those technologies that are able to reach really this lowest part of the society. Just quickly here, it was also clear in the presentation of Tangara that we talk a lot about voice technology. Voice technology is just for the bottom of the pyramid where people cannot use anything else. Usually in all the applications you have seen, you have a set of stakeholders that are interacting. You have Tangara who has a computer and internet access. So the point is not to work in silo and have one technology, but it's really to mix technology together so that each actor within the ecosystem has the most powerful channel that he can use. So Tangara has a computer and he has an internet connection, and so he is here and he has a far more powerful interface. You have sometimes people in the field where you can equip with a smartphone, and then you have more powerful application for them. So really, the point is not to use voice technology for everything. The point is to use the most powerful technology that is accessible and usable by the target group you are willing to support, and not use the lowest common denominator, but provide different channels depending on your applications to different categories of users. You have 1 more minute or not? Yes. So perhaps I wanted to finish with 2 slides about the next big things for me, the trend. One big thing is called open data. So that's the process of having government opening the data they have about almost everything, about health, agriculture, schools, etc. So this started in UK and US back in 2009. This is something that is now reaching the developing world. You have now an handful sets of countries in Africa. Kenya was the first, Ghana the second. You have now Tanzania, Nigeria, Ethiopia. So you have more and more countries that are engaging in this process. And suddenly, you not only have lots of data that is released by the government that you can use to build more valuable services because they are based on local information, but the government at the same time also promote the deployment of ICT services and put in place some infrastructures, develop capacities, and so that makes the ecosystem of ICT services stronger in this country. So this is clearly a big trend that is developing. And last year, this is just starting. The World Bank has launched a new partnership on open data that is focusing specifically on open data in developing countries. I have just completed a study for them that will be published next month. That is a kind of state of the art of open data in developing countries. Second thing is what we heard also this morning is that technology is changing rapidly. So today I say if you have to do something today, you have to fit with basic phones, and basic mobile networks. But things are changing quickly. You see the forecast of smartphones penetration. You see also the number of mobile subscribers here. So clearly, in perhaps 5 years, 10 years, smartphones and data networks will be here. So what does that mean? That means that we have at the research level to start investigating how a smartphone could be relevant to the base of the pyramid again. So smartphone interface, you find that very easy to use. For all the experiments that have been run so far, they have not been designed for, again, the people who are living at the base of the pyramid. How to make new graphical interface using icons and audio to make them accessible for people who are illiterate. What are new design paradigm for people who have no previous experience with using the web? All that kind of things need to be investigated, and need to be investigated now, because in 10 years things will be there. In the same way, smartphones today are completely, not completely, but are relatively inadapted to the context of rural areas in terms of energy consumption. A smartphone stays a tenth of what a basic phone stays in terms of energies. They are not rugged. They are very sensible to dust and so on. So there is lots of opportunities for making smartphones relevant to the context of rural areas. So I think I will finish here. Conclusion, just repeating. If you're interested, few links. The Voices project is at voices.eu. W4Reij. The site of my company, where there are lots of demos. Everything I've talked here, you can play with it from the website. A couple of other documents you may be interested in, and I will just stop here.
Perfect. Thank you very much. not only for stopping, but for talking. Thank you, merci Tangara. Okay, so we'll do a bit of a short question round here, but I do want to give the floor to the designated questionnaires, which in this case are actually two students of our ICT4D course, which we want to also highlight. So the students came together, actually we forced them to come together and figure out two questions that they want to ask to Tangara and Stéphane. And we also voted who would going to be asked, the guys going to ask the questions. And those are Anastasia Efremovska, yes, and Remco Havermans, and I'm giving the mic to them now.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Anastasia, and I'm one of the students of the ICT4D course, and I'm really happy to be here, of course. In the previous 2 months, we've been studying in detail, actually, these two projects, and we are really in tune with the design and some of the benefits that these projects have brought, especially the Radio Marché. And as you have pointed out, it has brought quite a lot of economical value to the buyers. But as we know, ICT4D is all about the development and improving people's lives. So I was wondering, and maybe this question is more meant about Mr. Tangara, what are the other benefits you have noticed, like immediate social or even secondary improvements that come up from these projects?
Okay, thank you. So, donc, en fait, la question, c'est de savoir est-ce qu'il y a eu d'autres bénéfices pour les paysans que peut-être qu'ils vendent plus, est-ce qu'il y a des bénéfices sociaux, quel est le plus gros gain pour les paysans qui travaillent?
Et je dirais d'abord que ces paysans commencent à savoir lire et écrire. Ça, c'est un début. Parce que c'était des gens qui ne savent même pas souvent comment, quand un téléphone sonne, comment décocher. À travers ça, d'abord, ils ont su comment décocher un téléphone. Ça, c'est un. En plus de leur niveau de revenu et tout ce qu'on a à faire, nous, ça y est, on avait un objectif qui était de faire de l'arbre ensemble des terrains. Donc, de plus en plus, ces bonnes dames commencent à avoir leur revenu dans les produits forestiers non lieux. Donc, ils commencent à se poser la question, et si. Donc, par conséquent, ils commencent à s'intéresser également donc, à la ressource dont proviennent leurs produits, quoi. En fait, à planter plus d'arbres dont leur entreprise dépend.
Okay, so two major things. So first of all, there is a kind of side benefit of using the phone. So before, lots of these women were not even able to take a phone. So now you are fluent with their phone. So even if it sounds easy to use a mobile phone, people have to be trained to use it and have to again have an incentive. So that's one of the side effects is women producers are now more fluent with the use of the phone. So that's one thing. The second thing, which is very important, is the fact that before, women were needing to dedicate a big part, if not all their time, on doing their job, collecting woods, etc. So now suddenly with being able to have an income through the product of the street, they start have more time to think and realize the value of protecting the trees, developing further, regreening further, so that they increase their income. So it has an impact on globally the state of desertification, not measurable now, but at least that's a shift in the mind of the producer that suddenly things needs to be protected because of the value for them.
Également, les femmes sont maintenant de plus en plus pour répondre aux clients qui appellent et qui demandent des grandes quantités. Donc, sont obligés de se regrouper pour faire des travaux ensemble, donc pour pouvoir donc ça d'une manière évidemment améliorer les liens sociaux.
There are also some social impact. The fact that now they are increasing the visibility of these producers, so demand is increasing, in particular demand for big quantities. So now they are they are in need to work together, to have multiple producers grouping together to answer specific demand for good quantity. So in that way, that are reinforcing the social networks between the farmers, because they have to cooperate and work together to answer the requests.
Okay. Another question from this?
Yeah. My name is Remco. I'm doing the ICT4D course, and we also were studying the global blonde system. And we were wondering if you have thought about, you spoke a little about trust in the system. Wondering if you also thought about, besides from the journalists that are broadcasting the reports to the radio station, maybe. Because I saw that you talked that the system was used in protection for children. And is there a sort of protection for journalists needed?
I think that's a very good question. So to be honest, voice as like everything, has pro and cons, has some specific points and non-specific one. So typically, what we observed the first time we organized a meeting with farmers, I brought a very small demo where I asked people to call a phone number, and then drop a message, and then I said turn on your radio, and they were able to listen to their own voice on the radio, and they got very, very excited, and that was part of the incentive. So in that case, the fact that people can listen to their own voice on the radio was part of the incentive. Like in the communiqué, we mentioned the communiqué, the fact that people can play the communiqué themselves so that the listener can recognize, oh, that's my brother, that's my cousin, that's a big plus in our settings. Now, if you change settings, these great features could become a major drawback. So exactly as you said, if you are in a dictatorship regime that want to fight the freedom of press, the fact that you carry identity through voice compared to text, that's a major drawback. So we haven't worked in such conditions. So we haven't developed any ways to address this issue. Technically, that's not a big deal in the sense that it's very easy to have transformation of voice so that you can understand the meaning, but you lose the recognition of the voice, and you make it in a way that it's not reversible. The only issue, that's just one technical issue. When you start to build that kind of service, you have to be far more clever, because if you have one platform with one number that is the point of access to your journalists, it's very easy. You have seen, the recent story in the news. It's very easy for any government to monitor these numbers, and even if you change things, they will be able to detect who is calling from where, etc. So we haven't really thought on this. So this is clearly an issue that needs to be addressed, but we haven't worked in a condition to address this. We haven't done it, so I cannot tell what works, what doesn't, etc.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, speaker, once again. Thank you.
Pendant la pause. Ils sont un peu en retard, donc on fera la démo à la pause. Voilà, c'est ça.
So during the tea break, we'll get a sample of the audio that's being played, so you can actually hear that. And Stéphane and Tangara are here during the drink, so you can ask any more questions. I'm sure you will have to them then. But because we're running a bit out of time, I would like to give the floor now to Professor Tim Unwin. He's the Secretary General of the Commonwealth Telecommunications Organization. He's a Professor of Geography at Royal Holloway in the University of London. He's also UNESCO Chair in ICT4D, so based on the term alone, he's a person to give a talk here. And not only that, but he's also the general editor of the book ICT4D, which is actually one of the resources that we used in our course as an important reference. So please welcome to the stage, Mr. Tim Unwin.
Okay, I'm very conscious that it's tea time in 15 minutes, and I've prepared an hour's presentation, as I was asked to do, with 30 minutes questions afterwards. Some of the cases I'm going to make are quite complex, but I don't want you to assault me because you haven't got tea. So I guess I'm going to have to take the risk that I'm going to cut short some of my arguments. I will show you a slide. You will have 10 seconds to look at it. So forgive me if some of the arguments I make are relatively brief. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thanks so much for inviting me. I don't get out enough into the real world, and you may not think you're usually in the real world, quite as much as I used to. It's even more fun to be in a computer science department again, and so thanks to the Network Institute. Yes, I am back in the 70s, and before I think most of you were born. Some of us wrote in Fortran and had card readers, and if we made a mistake, you'd have to wait 24 hours before running it again. So, and I was doing mathematical modeling of complex Dirichlet tessellations and things, if anyone's interested. And in 40 years, we've come quite a way. So, yeah, but I'm not, I should have spoken about all these things. I thought I was going to be the sort of token anarchist to come and talk with you today. But from previous conversations, I think you really wanted my computer science side. So do come with me to the WWRF conference in Morocco on Tuesday, and you'll get the hard science version. So this is really what I want to try and talk about today. And I want to ask, in that period, and particularly over the last 15 years, what have we achieved? And actually, can we achieve anything? To put it crudely, are you all pissing in the wind? So the outline of what I'm going to try and talk about is say a little bit about why we had that optimism in the last decade, some brief academic reflections, and then be a little more overt about asking the question, if you haven't answered this, you shouldn't be in the room, but what is development? I want to talk about ICTs and inequality, about poverty and political protest, and in the end, finishing up fairly optimistic with some ideas. But yeah, most of us were around in 2000. Anyone not around in 2000? Okay, good. Just checking. You're awake. You know, in the late 90s, were this period of incredible optimism. It was the new world. We were going to create a better place. There was going to be the dividend that we would get from peace. And look what the US and government. No, I'm online, aren't I? I shouldn't say anything about that. But you know, we haven't had a peaceful last 15 years, have we? And this was the time of the explosion of interest in ICTs. The dot-com bubble, are we about to emerge on another? And it was the period of the creation of the development goals that we were going to achieve by next year. Come on, even with the best massaging, we're not doing that. But it was then leading, you know, particularly this combination of the private sector and science to lead MDG 8. We're bringing together partnerships to deliver technology that was going to change the world. And that finished up in the WSIS process. And I was involved in that. I mean, people say, forgive me, but this is all quite new. It isn't. It's been around for a long time. And I just want to share with you some of the things that I took away from a small project I was involved in the early 2000s. But we were charged to, it was in Fundo, Partnerships, ICT Education Africa, supported by the UK government. But then we were charged with trying to do development in different ways, particularly engaging with the private sector. And that taught me quite a lot. And yeah, even in those days, that photograph was taken in 2001 with some kids in Ethiopia with whom I was working, trying to help them program. And it was also about applying technology to educational challenges, about innovation, about exploring ways that some of the poorest people in the world could use this technology. So my focus, my background is on the poorest, and I'll say a little bit more about that in a few minutes. But since then, I think we have had largely a decade of optimism. I'm not sure you'd be here if you all felt that technology couldn't make a difference to development. My purpose is to challenge you in that thought. But as we've heard, you've had some great projects described. You know, and very briefly, just some of the highlights, I think, why we've been optimistic. You know, you get access to vast amounts of information. We've just heard about open data. We have globally connected networks. It contributes, surely, significantly to economic growth. The internet is, of course, a democratizing vehicle. It enables everyone, as we've already heard, to have access to this world of information and to each other. Mobile devices, these things, individual, anywhere, anytime, very cool. And social media enabling completely new sorts of social interaction. And this is typical. Top up here, you find this every single country of the world across, as we've already heard, the whole world is networked. So that optimism. But talking with some kids in northern Tanzania recently, and crystallized in my mind that, well, hey, all isn't as perfect as that, and all isn't well. And actually, this kit, I am going to try and make a case for you, is doing much more harm than good, and you guys have to do something about it. I use guys generically, it's an American euphemism. Or a USan euphemism, as I should say. So I'm going to really rush through this, but what I'm going to say, you need to know where I'm coming from. In the 1970s, I was working in rural India. It's a long story, but the short version is it taught me that development is about inequality rather than anything else. It's about the difference between the rich and the poor. And then, as my academic career grew, I kind of got involved in Frankfurt School and its successors, particularly inspired by the work of Jürgen Habermas. And again, there'll be a whole lecture on this slide, but the things I take away from it are essentially there are different kinds of science, and the dominant mode of science in the contemporary world is generally empirical analytic, and that has a technical interest. Yeah, there are people who engage with social anthropologists and historians and fantastic people doing hermeneutic research and based on understanding. And Marx went out of fashion. I think I was one of the few people in my university continually throughout my time as an academic to teach about Marxism and revolution. So some academic reflections on where all that gets us, and I think the things that we should be thinking about in this group is, you know, what do we mean about development? We hear a lot about empowerment and emancipation, but isn't that incredibly arrogant? Why on earth should we think that we have any right at all to empower anybody? We've heard about the importance of multidisciplinarity and the need of a diversity of skills. The poster here where we must put up, you know, should a computer scientist be involved in every ICT4D project? But also what I call a renaissance understanding. Far too much research has been about understanding the tiniest particle on the atom, on the pinprick of whatever, and very few people are able to bring this diversity of understanding together as they did in the Renaissance. And rather than trying to create a discipline of ICT4D, I'm actually profoundly against that. It might sound surprising, because I think exciting things occur at the edges. It occurs when bringing together some fantastically bright people from different traditions, a computer scientist with a psychotherapist, with a classical scholar, with a philosopher. That's when exciting things happen. So I have some doubts the way this symposium, forgive me, has been presented. This is a quickly growing field. It's a dying field. So, I won't say a killing field. So yeah, there are many different ways of thinking about ICTs and development, but I could, because I will argue that it's a killing field. That you have ICTs and development, with development, for development, and of course we all know that it's really ICTs for dumping. And the point I would say about this is it's actually about profoundly different interests underlying what happens. And I'll bring this in, of course, from my critical theory background. Why is this happening? Very few people in presentations so far have said, what are the interests that's making this as it is? And that's what I want to talk about. And very briefly, Stefan, were you at Mobile World Congress? I don't think anyone's been to Mobile World Congress, but I come away absolutely frightened out of my mind. There's so much technology I don't know about. But yeah, it is driven by the private sector. There is this mobile revolution. Look where a lot of the publications, the publicity, the influence comes from. It isn't academics who have actually nothing worthwhile to say to anybody, and even if they did, nobody would listen to them. This is driven by particular interests. And that takes me into, what do we mean by development? That's the key question anyone working in ICT4D should ask. And to simplify, there are two broad approaches, I think. One, the hegemonic position that development is in some way increase of economic growth, basic needs, freedoms, human rights. There is another, and you can see what I said about India and my own background, it's about inequality. It's about development reducing inequality rather than increasing any of those things. It focuses on difference, it recognizes structural constraints, the why, and it is fundamentally a responsibilities agenda. The responsibilities of states, the responsibilities of us as individuals, the responsibilities of you as outstanding academics to do something about it. So very, very briefly, the standard view, which is the one that is, I think, most generally accepted, but hopefully not everyone in this room adheres to it, that poverty can actually be eliminated. That can be done through economic growth, through democracy and good governance. It goes back to at least the Washington Consensus of the 90s. And it is being institutionalized, and all of these people have an interest in that institutionalization by the global institutions, by international agreements, by academic research, by the international overseas development assistance system. It all is coalescing to get us convinced that economic growth is going to make the world better and eliminate poverty. And to be more explicit, economic growth will somehow lift people above the $1.25 a day. And you all know the quickest way to do that, don't you? Devalue the dollar. Yeah, that's dead easy. And it gets more unhappy because good governance and democracy aren't pursued because they're good in their own right. It is because that is what is required for economic growth, to eliminate poverty. Look at a lot of the rhetoric that's coming out of the global bodies on that. And it's based on absolute notions of poverty. Greater GDP will enable it to be more evenly distributed. And I could talk for hours on this next bullet point. It's just a one-off. That it is modern. And the symbolic modern is this and this. So technology is at least as important for this symbolic modernity. And there's far too little research being done on that. So if you don't believe me, just look at some of the standard texts that are produced. And this is one of the UNCTAD ones. In most empirical research, positive impacts, economic growth. You could take the Infinite Broadband Toolkit, which just goes on and on. Accelerating the distribution of ideas and information, fostering competition for and developing new products, processes, business models, economic growth, hook, line, and sinker. But I haven't time. The fundamental point that you need to take away from this, because it is true, is that growth increases the potential for inequality. Nobody can disagree with that. If you have $1,000, 1,000 people each can either have $1 or one can have 1,000, the rest naught. If you multiply that by 10, most can still have naught, one can have 10,000. Inequality increases with economic growth, even in the richest societies, and and you can test that through things like Gini coefficient, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. You can read it in the media, championed by many of the civil society organisations. This is Save the Children in 2012. The gap between rich and poor is widest since the 90s. And I was at a very high-level gathering not so long ago, less than a month ago, and donor agencies completely said I was talking rubbish. They say inequality is not increasing. And we had a complete standoff. They wouldn't accept the data I was putting in front of them. So in case you feel like that, this is percentage change in Gini coefficient. And yes, some countries, as in Brazil, so to the right, things are getting more equal. To the left, things are getting less equal, and this is the point. Brazil, Korea, Argentina, Mexico, Turkey might be getting better, although I have some doubts about Turkey. Look how increasingly unequal. Blue is up to 2,000, red is from 2,000 to the latest figures available. Inequality across the world is getting bigger, and big question is, well, is that in any way related to the explosion of ICTs? I'm not making that argument. But I leave that as a question because I think that's an interesting bit of research that I'm sure would be successful. I'm just flying in today, as one does. One picks up a newspaper. I'm in the lounge, as one does. There's a bourgeois, middle-class white male. But in today's Times, there was fantastic. The richest 10% in Britain own almost half the nation's wealth, and it's got worse. And you can drill down on this. This was in this report. This is another shocking chapter in A Tale of Two Britons, further evidence of increasing inequality at a time when 5 rich families have the same wealth as 12 million people in the UK. That's a fifth of our population. And that is true across the world. It's getting worse. Don't tell me it's not. And we've heard that the whole of the, forgive me, those of you presented your talks earlier, I would persuade everyone in this room to change their language a little bit. You know, the ITU have actually shown that it is only half of the world's population who have access to using a mobile phone. And Steph, you were moving in this direction in what you were saying. There are 6.8 billion, whatever it is, SIM cards out there, 7.1 billion people. That is just Botswana. The green bits are bits that have got mobile connectivity. You know, and the interesting question is, will it ever become universal so everybody can have access? So the question comes, can ICTs transform societies in the interests of the poorest and the most marginalised people and communities? This isn't the people who can have a smartphone to check all the prices or get messages on their traditional basic phone. This is the poorest and the most marginalised. This is my friend's street children in Ethiopia. Or will they always be used by the rich and powerful to try to maintain their control of power? Be they governments or capitalists? Who would you prefer to work for? Them or them? That's a real choice that we can all make. Now is the time for you to make it. That's why you're here. We have to believe that ICTs really can change societies for the better. And the optimism was around things like, these technologies are anarchic and disruptive, or are they just like any other technology that has always been there? Because most technologies, historically, I put most because I'm unsure, I haven't studied every technology that's ever been in the world, but I could sustain an argument that all technologies have been developed mainly to serve the interests of the rich and the powerful. The question is, are these any different? We often see the web, mobile devices, telephony as disruptive technologies. I know I was pretty passionate about that 15 years ago. I'm now much less sure, and I will go and explain why. Who has ultimate control? Is it you and me? Is it the street kids, the people with disabilities? Or is it the companies such as Google and Facebook? Or is it governments? And then we can look at actually ICTs and inequality. This is mobile phone subscriptions. Blue is the developed world, red is developing countries, and green is the least developed countries. There's lots I could say about that, but to me the most critical point are two. One is inequality, the difference in the blue and the green lines have got bigger. And two is the green line is levelling off. That scares me. And yeah, phones are pretty good. If you look at the same thing with internet, of course, the whole thing is deeply much more scary because massive inequality and showing no signs of getting better. Again, I need a more up-to-date one than this, but yeah, it shows that this is people online cables. It just shows that spatially. This was new figures just come out. Percentage of people who use the internet. It's sort of, I think it's probably a bit high, but 19% in Africa, 78% in the developed world. Yeah, maybe it is coming up, but that is a hell of a difference. And actually, net neutrality. Hey guys, you know, the new technology at the upper end is just going to move way on ahead, and the poorer people will be left behind. Look at it, Facebook connections, and a point I'm not sure we put. Pretty well. I'll get into the English quickly. But yeah, the research you should be working on is I know a lot of people are, but it's actually electricity, because none of this kit works without electricity. And I love that. Oh, we black out completely, but you get that. That's actually Africa from space. Yeah, of course I've hit it, so it's no longer working. Serious. So, in whose interest is this explosion, blah, blah, blah? Who gains most? Is it the poor and the marginalised, or is it companies and governments? And to me, the most difficult question, and I don't have an answer to it, and it's a moral question, it's not an economic question, it's not a scientific question, but if the poor get a little bit less poor by using mobiles, does it matter that the rich get even richer? If the only way that the poor can improve their lives is for the rich to get hugely richer, as those figures I quoted from the Times show, is that a good thing? I haven't got an answer, as I say. But let me just drill down a little bit in terms of who benefits. Who benefits from e-government? Yeah, citizens, some do. And let's stop talking about digital natives. You know, I'm a geriatric, and I'm teaching people to play with this kit. So, incredible increase in the power of states. Yes, this does have anarchic potential. I haven't got my glasses in, but these are people sitting here. There are cameras. The UK and Singapore are the most surveilled societies in the world. And say, well, there's a tank behind. And well, at least we won't have to worry about anarchy anymore. And the biggest beneficiaries, though, I still reckon, although I'm not 100% sure, governments are coming up quite, but the corporations selling and implementing these technologies. It's nothing to do with the development of the interests of the poorest and the most marginalised. What are the private sector interests? I mean, anyone here wearing one of these devices that tracks everything you do in your life every minute of the day and hosts it on the web? This was really the rage at MWC 2014, I'll show you. But, you know, the private sector is interesting because, you know, expanding the market. Yeah, you could, if you saw that mobile phone thing, you know, 120% of people in the rich world have a mobile phone, a smartphone, most of them. Well, we'll just give our old ones to Africa and develop new technologies for us who could afford to pay the high end. You know, increasing inequality. That is the reality of how it works. Searching for cheapest labour, giving you something for free that you think is valuable, but what you actually give the company is worth vastly more than that. You know, brilliant business model, but it's not in your interest. It's in the shareholders' interests of who have the big companies who are increasing their revenues. Pilots. Yeah, the purpose of pilots, the private sector will throw masses of money into pilots so that governments and donors will be engaged and will then hopefully fund it. You do a pilot, you prove to the government and the donors that it works, and you've got you're rolling to the bank with all the money that's going to come in. And therefore, always talk about public-private partnerships. And there have been profits. Jens doesn't know I call him a prophet, but you know, how many of you have read Martin's critique of public-private partnerships, published in 2007? If there's one, okay, I've asked you to do a lot of things, aren't I? But you know, if you believe in public-private partnerships and the role of the private sector is good, go and read that. And the private sector is, of course, interested in rolling back the power of the state, therefore challenge regulation, universal service funds as much as it possibly can. I'm running out of time. But you know, I was talking about, you know, like all the rage at Mobile World Congress. It really is about everything you ever do being put on the web, and so somebody can benefit from it. And I just ask, is it going to help this young girl, not particularly healthy, in a school in Malawi? And you know, where do again, I could talk for an hour on that. Just look at it and be shocked at every possible level. This is also Mobile World Congress, one of the themes, and I love the people at GSMA, I mean, don't get me wrong, but I'm just using as illustrations. It's all about the smart car. It's the smart world we're living. And it's all about that. But what does it tell you about women as well, eh? You know, what is going on in that? That is selling digital technologies in a car. And you go to any of these events, and the gender issues, that's another story. Sorry, I didn't mean to. The critical thing in that isn't actually what you're looking at, it's what you're reading. Because it's all about reaching the next billion. So assume we've got 3 billion people who regularly use phones. The private sector, and I have rows with my dear friends who are some chief executives of big companies, you know, they will do the 4th billion. And what do I tell them? Work on the 6.8 billion, because then you'll be working in the interest of the poorest and the most marginalised. But that's not good enough, of course. The key point that they don't get, but is the key point, is that if you do that, you'll develop new technologies, you'll be innovative, you'll be creative, you'll be able to undermine the market for everyone else who's still working at the 4th billion. So it is in the private sector's interest actually to work with us on the poorest and the most marginalized, developing new technologies that are going to deliver solutions for the poorest. I'm going to cut straight through this. The governments also have interests in all of this, but you know that. I just touch on, there's a lot of rhetoric about how important Facebook was for making North Africa and the Middle East a better place. Well, look at what's happening there now, it wasn't this technology that led to what happened. But we need to ask, are ICTs really a democratic force? Basic assumption, of course, is that mobiles, they can increase democracy, and that's inherently good. There's actually very little proof that it's so. And in many states, users of new social media are a privileged elite. The poorest and the most marginalized don't have access. The poorest and the most marginalized in Egypt and Tunisia were not going on Facebook all the time, and they didn't even have a device that could get access to Facebook, let alone know what Facebook is. So it's actually a reconfiguration of ruling elites. It's nothing to do with fundamental change in society. However, anyone use AppGree? Okay, another thing for you to do, go out and find about AppGree. It's developed in Spain, I think, but it's consensus-making software that you can get people across the world to interact with and reach, identify what the interesting questions are and then think what the answers could be. Sorry, babe. So yeah, Turkey. Yeah, hey, social media is the worst menace to society. Where do you land on? But that was just reconfiguring the political elite. It wasn't in the interests of the poor. You know David Hell's work. Again, I'm going to run through this very quickly. But the whole notion of democracy is deeply problematic, as is my digital technology. But essentially, there are many different types of democracy. This tells me it's 1:15, so I will finish in this. No. I do worry. I don't want you to miss your lunch. So what about dinner? Sorry, we've had lunch, haven't we? Yes. So what about the future of ICT4D? How can we help ICTs transform the lives of the poorest? And I just want to run through, I think, 7 things that I've been trying to do in the last few years, and my organisation is also working on. I'll just touch on these very briefly, and then I'll draw some conclusions. First, and I think we haven't heard much about regulation today. I think there are really, really interesting things on the role of governments in regulation, because ultimately it's the governments who have the role of supporting the poorest in our society. That's the role of government. So governments have a critical role to play there. Of course, the challenge is how to do that. Should we have universal service funds which charge huge amounts of money for licenses and tax operators? Or should we give the private sector free rein? And both of those arguments are articulated very clearly in the literatures. It's like free and open source software as against proprietary software. The languages, the arguments are different. And I'm being recorded, aren't I? I'll be polite. There are tiny islands in the Pacific, which a certain global organization believes the solution to giving them low-cost internet access is to have competition. Now, hey, if none of the competitors are ever going to make any money out of it, how's that going to work? So there have to be cases where monopoly provision is the best. No one's identified what that number is or how it could be done. Interesting research project. How should governments generate income? Should it be through auctions and taxes? Or if you lower taxes, you encourage economic growth more generally in the system, you can get greater income into the government through growth in across the line as a whole. And I think there are really interesting questions around that. Think about white spaces, think about the digital dividend. We've all heard of the shift from analog to digital, but that's the line that's pitched, so I'm getting sidetracked, sorry, but the line that's pitched is, of course, you get better quality television and radio. I think we can do all sorts of things. That's nothing to do, well, it's very little to do with it. It's all about how the extra bandwidth can be used to make more money. So really interesting things here, and we've been involved in developing a cyber-governance framework. 1 down, 6 to go. We've touched on privacy here, but I think there are really, really interesting things that need to be rethought in more detail. Trust we've touched on. I think it's really interesting where people don't trust the state, they're willing to trust companies, but where people trust the state, they don't trust companies. But I mean, think of the genocides that have been recently in the world. Think of all biodata being on a government website. and just think what could be happening with that. It is to do with power. Question about transparency and openness. I don't think any of us who really know much about what this, have you been shocked really by anything that Snowden's released yet? We all knew it. And we have to have, I think, an open debate around these. Very quickly, oh, sorry, I forgot about this. Yeah. What does Google know about you? I read a report the other day that someone who is as secure as he possibly can be, doesn't use any Google services, still has, I reckon about 50% of his emails are on Google servers, just because of the links with others. Powerful, powerful. I could talk a lot about this, but I think we have to engage on that. Essentially, there are two different models out there. The dominant one is Ezione's view that privacy is a good that we can weigh up against other goods. So we actually know what we're doing when we agree to give all our information to companies and organizations that we link to through the web. And according to this logic, governments can pry into your lives to protect us, and there has to be some external change to permit it. So the rhetoric around terrorism, there's a threat of terrorism, therefore we have a right as a government to go and find out everything there is to know about you. If there wasn't a threat of terrorism, it would be less easy to justify that. But there is an alternative view of what privacy is, and that is actually saying we have power over our own lives. And it's to do with the fact there's an asymmetric role. Does anyone here own a tank? A Kalashnikov? Okay, yeah, you do. Oh no, sorry. What if states can't be trusted to do good? They can run a tank over you, as they do. And so Friedman argues that reducing government's ability to do bad things to us at the cost of limiting us, so its ability to protect us from bad things done to us by ourselves or by other people, may not be such a bad deal. I've often pondered, I think I would be willing to take the risk of having no security at airports just to have a nicer path through airports. It's the same sort of logic. And some of you in the room might think, jolly good thing too, get rid of them. Thirdly, I guess for techies and computer science, technological innovation is important. I still hold on to the hope that technology can make the world better, but we have to innovate for the poorest. Don't go out there, get right. Anyone who's an academic in this room, there are only two things that matter to you. One is getting a big research grant, and two is writing publications in the best international journals. So if you really believe in ICT4D, give up at least 2 weeks of your working life to do some research that is with, for, and in the interests of the poorest. That's the way you make a difference. Think about low-cost devices. We're now at about $25 a smartphone. Think about creating universal connectivity, how to do it. I think internet.org is doing some really cool stuff. They're not paying me, by the way. Think about content that's focused on the needs of the poorest. So some of the examples we're hearing, but the poorest aren't farmers in rural areas. The poorest are landless labourers or people with disabilities who've been thrown out of their houses. And it's not that the technology is easy because we've got a lot of bright people working in it. It's a social and cultural agenda that is most difficult. I'm running out of time. I've touched on that already, so we'll quickly on. Rebalancing the whole partnerships thing. One of the biggest things that's happened in the last 40 years has been the way in which the private sector believes it is right to rule the world. And one of the things that Martins argues is the private sector is now involved in an embedded, deep way across global governance systems in all the UN bodies, for example, that it never was before. Why do people still talk about public-private partnerships? Because both have an interest in them. When we know that public-private partnerships, PPIs and things don't work. They don't work, but simply, very often because they haven't got civil society and everybody else involved as well. And so we have to never use, so another thing to never use PPPs again, talk about multi-stakeholder partnerships to reflect this diversity, to reflect that it isn't the private sector's interest in the partnerships that matters, it's the stakeholders' interests. That's easy. Again, this is a bit that's got cut short because I cut poor old David Held out, but we have to think about new kinds of democracy, changes in the balance of power. I mean, in my country, in Europe, and in most of the world, there's not really any difference in who rules us. It's not about a fundamental change. It's hegemonic. We've all caught up that economic growth is what matters. It is a changed world. I have a paper on imagining a no economic growth world. If you didn't allow economic growth, imagine what the world would be like. Fantastic. We have to have greater transparency in all of this, and there are huge challenges associated with things like freedom of speech, data and security, some of which have been touched on. We have to address this urgently. I haven't touched on this, but essentially human rights are one of the worst things that have ever happened to the world, because it's a cover for capitalism. You have a right as a human individual to be a labour and a market, and if nobody believes in human rights, they're going to kill you anyway. So in essence, we have to shift from a rights-based agenda to a responsibilities-based agenda. Most people who argue that are seen as being far on the right. I think you've gathered that that's not where I stand. And certainly access to ICTs is not a human right at all. It can never be. That is driven by the agenda of the private sector who wants to provide all the goods to join up the world. So we have to focus on our responsibilities as individuals and as governments. But we have a responsibility to each other. We have a responsibility to the poorest and the most marginalised in our societies. We have a responsibility to use this technology to make a difference for them. And that's why I work in the Commonwealth, and again that's a huge idea, but the Commonwealth, the 53 countries of the Commonwealth, it's all to do with medieval English, weal meaning good, prosperity, happiness. So it's all about the common what good. And all too often, though, these global organisations tend to be driven by individual greed and selfish arrogance, rather than the interests of everybody. And that's a couple of points though that I could have gone on about. We've touched on cybersecurity, perhaps not enough. We're only as weak as our weakest link. The country that is most connected and least protected will always be a threat to the global system. Or the individual. How many of you actually have additional software on your mobile devices to protect? These are more powerful than a laptop was 5 years ago, and we tend not to protect them. Okay, let's draw to an end. I've got a couple more slides. Of course, together we can still make a difference, and I've sketched, very sketchily, an agenda for that. But I want to, in my last 3 or 4 slides, try and summarise what I've been seeking to say. The left-hand side, generally, and if I'd had time, I'd have gone down each in turn. But the contemporary development model that I guess most people are hitched up to is it's economic growth, it's rights-based, it's focused on the individual, it's private sector-led with partnerships, and it's trickled down to the next billion. There is an alternative, and I believe this is what ICT's development normative statement should be about. And again, touching on that, as academics, we're very good at the positive, we're very bad at the normative. Every research paper you ever write should conclude with the implication, the normative implications of your research for the people you're working with. But alternative development model is about social justice rather than economic growth. It's about our responsibilities rather than abrogating those responsibilities in a rights-based approach. It's about reclaiming the communal as against focus on the greedy, selfish individual. It's recognising the state has a role in the interests of the poor rather than private sector-led partnerships. And it's about redistribution where we start with the interests of the most marginalised rather than trickling down to the next billion. And so we have 2 types of relationship between ICTs and development. The majority one, which is what exists at the moment, is actually development for ICTs. It's industry, it's the private sector, it's academics who want to make lots of money, using ICTs to achieve that end. So it's about enhancing power structure, it's about concentration, it's about increasing inequality, it's about proprietary software, it is explicitly unsustainable. Who bought their last new phone 4 years ago? Hands up. 3 years ago, 2 years ago. This is unsustainable. You have to update your software once or twice a year, and then eventually your old laptop isn't compatible because they changed the operating system. This whole system is designed on being unsustainable. Whoops, go back, sorry. So yeah, I could go on. You've read it much more quickly than I could say it. But you can see the direction that I think we should be focusing our research attention on, so that it's in the interests of people like this, who should be those who are designing our research, who should be those in whose interests we work. And so there is an agenda for us as academics. It's about championing development as social justice. It's about shifting the arguments to responsibilities. It's about bringing the state back into what happens. and a small number of research agendas that drip out of what I've been saying. Rethinking the role of regulation. Is competition necessary in the solution in small island states? It's about designing with poor and marginalized users. It's beginning our research in the field. It's not, forgive me, doing a PhD in a great lab here with great ideas as you've been taught of, and then testing it on some poor people somewhere in the third world and seeing if it works. And then it does work, and you try and get people to adopt it. It's not surprising it doesn't work, is it? It's about developing some really cool, innovative technologies for solutions in rural areas. And it's getting people to understand that if they do that, they'll be able to roll out similar solutions in the more presently connected world. They'll be able to undercut the margins of other companies and therefore make a huge amount of money. There is a logic in that. It's about developing innovative electricity solutions. I happen to be interested in micro-hydro at the moment, but that's just because I think wind towers are a blot on the landscape. It's about doing a full sustainability audit of the ICT sector. And also, and again, that's another story. How many of you have been chipped? Okay, I guess so, But it's actually about reclaiming our humanity. It's about, that's why giving each other hugs and meeting together in a place like this where we can smell each other and touch each other, and maybe later taste the wine, not each other. But it's about being human. And just a little idea, and again, for those of you who follow my tweets will know what this is. Maybe do without this for one day a week. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the privilege of sharing some thoughts.
So, wow. Okay, so we have a lot to think about, and let's start by giving the mic quickly to someone else, because I have no idea what to say. So we had, we thought that we pitch a hardcore computer scientist. So we have.
Can we go and do some programming together?
Yes, so I think that might be a suggestion, but I leave that to Michel Klein, who is an assistant professor at this university at the Artificial Intelligence Department, and he works in the Agent Systems group. Amazing talk.
Nee, we gaan komen minder. Eigenlijk las ik iets van
that's not what I want to happen. That's why I absolutely we need to realise it could happen, that we have to do something about it. But if people don't listen,
you're talking about something I heard from Robert Chambers years ago. He was making people without it. But I think for me, I've been living in developing countries for 24 years. So I'm not in what I've done in the last 10 years with social media has been the most rewarding profession. What I heard from life-changing experience. No investment. These are intermediates. Really important. Oh yes. Then you begin innovation, getting people to discover that they can do
Niet dat ik regenval. Audio is niet. Ik moet vragen wat Tangara met Oké. Nog testen of
Run with the market from
Yes, it's like a consolidation of the Google platforms, you know? It's like a black hole. And an extreme servers, and then all like on the start charging even more.
And make sure your problems an argument that they will benefit.
Well, not necessarily but it is responsible. So it's them acting responsible rather than.
But what do you need?
But the US is a regulated sector. It's China is present, and the US is a trade and particularly at times US model is not and so we need to be working with China and India and Africa, but so Africa is smaller than Ireland.
Yeah, but it's not that level.
Wow.
Yeah, but it's
right. So we're making
yeah.
Unless they're the most likely to put.
So maybe 5 in case when are we finishing? 4:30. Just in case I slightly widely slip minutes because of my flight.
And the fact that Bill Gates made his money out of now you were here next. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to and it's not as if only now it's now it's giving way to people created. I don't know how many in the process or becoming a big
everybody in Microsoft, regardless of whether Microsoft is good or bad, everyone in Microsoft is voting to be a so that is it. So what is on the cap? Well, maybe I can it is leading to much greater inequality.
Because people in developing countries make entrepreneurs, make money, so they are
there is an argument. So the role of the bourgeoisie. And different views. One is that they don't really own the university. Another
That's your turn now?
Yeah. I think what is wrong people, instead of being called, they were forced to work so fast. You have to, if this in 3 years as a late free labour, so it's been really true. Yeah, previously you were a bit you worked on the estate. Something related to the bottom of food and so that's a manorial system. And you could say that's pretty similar to so that they could become to the capitalists. And the great thing about this is very clear that you sell your labour so you sell your labour to the capitalists use that to add value to the other means of production that you have. And make critical and the only comes from the share makes they benefit so yes, because you've got no choice. You've got no choice. You have to sell your labour power. This is why there's yeah. You can. That's why you have this everyone in market. Not everybody.
You're making
some people are. Some of them, yeah, and that is how but Again, there were two arguments. One is that the so-called are actually not if you set up a yeah, okay.
So you really find out that it's no customers. Because they are just the way they are size of it. They are size. No. So the problem we are having is that capitalism itself doesn't really exist because capitalism don't exist. I'm claiming the private sector. I'm claiming the private sector.
I mean, the best thing that happens is to be able to do things like the one. And actually they will also and you could enable the private sector actually then to engage. And people benefit most from and so you get rid of that and actually you have it much more direct. And they're using it over.
Ik ben even jouw schijfje aan
Alles
van dit te zien, maar geen idee.
The mobile operating systems. Yeah. The mining. There are a lot of
Okay, we're going to start. So to ensure that everybody will get drinks and not be super thirsty, please go to your seats and listen to the next talk.
I won't convince you, but that's my challenge. Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please
take your
let's
seats.
continue because we're running out of time. Can we please
On va commencer.
continue with the next speaker? Ladies and gentlemen, please.
enemies in the jungle.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats for the last speaker of today. So I hope that you enjoyed until, well, we had very interesting talks, very interesting discussions, very diverse topics, different perspectives on ICT4Ds. Now we're at almost the end of this day. So now I will introduce to you Professor Hans Akkermans. He is professor here at this university, professor in business informatics. He is the founder of the Network Institute, and he's also the founder of the W4RA, the Web Alliance for Greening in Africa. So Hans, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Anna. And in an equally non-provocative way as Tim did, I will make some remarks from my side on ICT4D. From the computer science perspective, in the conference map, you had an article on ICT4D 2.0. This was published by Richard Heeks. It was published some years ago. So I think it's now time for ICT4D 3.0. I'm going to show basically a kind of television advertisement. A 15-year-old schoolboy made a movie for us, explaining in less than a minute what ICT4D and W4RA try to do. His name is Leo, and I think it's just nice to see this perspective on ICT4D. Okay, this is one perspective on ICT4D. If it were that simple, we would be ready very quickly, but it's slightly less simple. And there are many perspectives on ICT4D. I will reduce them to 2 or 3 to keep it simple. And with a nice agricultural analogy, I would like to do a small field experiment in this room and have votes on it on the following statement. And that's the way to separate the sheep from the goats. Actually, you see here a goat. We got it in Tangara, if I'm correct. The following statement: Internet and web are the same thing. This is clearly a binary question. It can be true or it is not true. So I would like to have your vote. Who would vote for 0? Yes, these terms can be safely be used interchangeably, and I live comfortably with that. Or no, of course. And if you think that they are the same, you really don't know what you're talking about. Okay, who would
say, yes, I can use them as the same term for the same thing. And who would say, no, they are totally different things? Okay, so here we have sheep and goats. ICT people, and actually I did a test in my computer science department some years ago, and people are really surprised that internet and web are seen as the same thing. And also in Tim's book, the internet is used as a term that covers everything. From the ICT point of view, we have to deal with a lot of delicacies, because that is not really true, but we work with people who would take this view. Okay, we are interested in the interaction between ICT and development. Basically, what have sheep to say to goats, and what have goats to say to sheep? Because a two-way interaction is a pretty complicated thing, I will cut it into two. First, I will talk from, let's say, the right-hand side to the left-hand side, and the second part I do it the other way around. Actually, Stefan already had a very complicated definition of what computer science is. This is much simpler. But I do think there is quite a big difference in mentality between ICT people, by which I mean computer science, artificial intelligence, software engineering, whatever. What makes ICT people tick? And if you want to mobilize their resources, you must address things that make them tick. And deep down, I would say ICT, computer science, software development is a constructive science. And you hear that in the talk, and actually also already by Stefan. Design is a goal. That is something you will never hear in humanities or social sciences. Constructing, engineering, artifacts. Then specific for ICT is that all this is within a computational paradigm. We want to computationalize everything. And this is a key difference from social sciences and humanities, even if, and that is often under-recognized by computer scientists, even if social aspects are key in ICT. And I will come to that. To organize some of it, there are, if you look at the ICT4D field, there are what I would call a lot of ideas and activities at the top level. The whole idea that the internet is a very beneficial thing. The Millennium Development Goals and so on are very high level. Much of the projects that also ICT people are doing are fine-grained, detailed, technical, so mostly at the micro level. And a point I want to make is that there is not much in between. And because ICT people are construction type of people, this is way too high level to give any idea what you should do. It's not actionable enough. And the detailed projects, and you have many of them, and their results are difficult to see because they are too scattered and there is no generalization on top of that. And that's something I would say about the ICT4D field as such. So if, and that's what Stefan pointed out, if you want to make development issues relevant to a larger group of scientists, you must be able to formulate systematic research challenges that appeal to many, and not just to people who, for example, as we do, travel around in Africa. And I also would say, if you see ICT4D as a separate research field, then also you have the need to formulate systematic research challenges and results, because any domain, if it is to be scientifically significant, has to say something important to science in general. And this is a bit similar to what you find in the EU ICT research programs. There are big societal challenges, and from there, main scientific challenges are derived. And this is something we could do, I think. So, can ICT4D be important to ICT science and research in general? I would say yes, but under conditions. The first is that science and scientists have very universal and global pretenses. They speak about the laws of the universe, and the laws are universal. If you have this universal ambition, then I think an important consideration is that the world is much bigger than the EU and the United States together. Africa alone is bigger. It has about 1 billion inhabitants. Sub-Saharan Africa is about 700 million. In the drylands of Africa, only the drylands where we do our voice-based projects, only the African drylands have about 325 million, so that's comparable to both the EU and the US. And in addition, population is very quickly growing, and the predictions basically are at least double every 40 years. So by the middle of this century, Africa will have 2 billion inhabitants. By the end of the century, it will be 4 billion. So if you are universal, you cannot ignore big continents such as Africa. Another point is, because this is something I see as a prejudice that lives pretty much everywhere, both in science and outside science, we are not talking about application and transfer of ICT stuff that we in the West already know, and the developing world is simply lagging behind. That is a grave distortion of reality, and we'll come to that. I think it's more productive and also scientifically interesting to see there's an ICT problem space in Europe and the United States. We work in certain parts of that. For example, we assume that internet is everywhere and broadband is available universally. But the parameters of this problem space are very different in Africa and basically more extreme. And I think you can derive from this idea very easily a whole big set of interesting research challenges. And actually, I think Tim pointed that out. Electricity is a big problem. Probably that is one of the reasons that mobile phones were very successful. all the attempts to ship laptops, telecenters, cyber cafes, computers to Africa have been a big failure. One of the reasons probably is that recharging a mobile phone, and especially the old-fashioned mobile phones, is much less of a headache than doing the same for a computer. There are undoubtedly other reasons, but extremely green ICT, there are groups here in Amsterdam working on green ICT, and then typically consideration is ecological sustainability. And in a number of cases also cost, because, for example, data centers are pretty costly. Here, I think you need really extremely green ICT, also because of the socio-economic sustainability. So here the parameters are much more extreme. This is something Stefan Boyera already pointed out. Human communication, we talk about information and communication technologies, but human information and communication is not just in written form, but in many different forms. And this is something we simply cannot handle well on the current web. Voice, graphical, text. If you want to really go extreme, there's a lot of information in gestures and body language. Actually, the origins of human communication are in gestures and pointing. And that's why there is no substitute for face-to-face meetings. This multimodality is simply not well handled on the web, and it would be a very big research program to make that better. So last week we had a speaker from South Africa, Etienne Barnard, who was in computational linguistics, working on speech recognition and speech production in under-resourced and under-researched languages, like Bambara and Bogu. We would also be very much helped. You want to do surfing, browsing, and searching, not only through text, but also to big spoken corpora. For example, there are a lot of radio broadcasts about these regreening, farmer-managed natural regeneration. And it's impossible to listen to all these things in order to find out or to type out everything. So it would be come in very handy if you would have new methods that you could quickly search spoken corpora. For example, interviews. And I think this is also kind of a bias. Even writers talk more than they write in their life. Indeed, many scientists think that what they do is writing papers and articles in journals, but even those people talk more than they write. But this whole voice aspect and speech aspect is under-recognized. Finally, a point that's already mentioned this morning, extreme data. And that has to do with content. And in the conference handout, you saw a short article on downscaling, do not upscale but downscale. If you think about linked data, then a problem is that it's heavily distributed, it's scattered, it's sparse. So you do not just have the government level, but for example, farmers are doing all kinds of things and are producing data and are, for example, related to rain. And connecting all this, we really need much better data science method than we have now. And I could go on. This is just a list we just see in our project. Okay, now I want to say a few words on the other side, looking from the ICT side to development paradigms. And clearly, I'm not myself a development person. So I look with surprise to some of the ideas that are living there. What I have always found really surprising is how easily and in an oversimplifying way the term innovation is used. ICT, I think, is true innovation, but the consequences of this are not really drawn. And here you see, typically, a very naive idea of innovation. In traditional terms, okay, an innovation, say a laptop or a mobile phone, has a form, it's a thing. Typically you can drop it on the floor. And it has some kind of intended use, function, that has been designed by the people who developed this technological innovation. This is pretty much the still dominant idea that you find in scientists, but also in development, I think. However, there is a load of literature and studies on how innovation really works and what it is and how it goes. That is not really used for how we do our projects and how development organizations run the project. A key thing is innovation comes with meaning. In itself, it doesn't mean anything, but meaning must be actively produced by people that get into contact with this innovation. So, and that's a cultural, that is a cultural thing and has to do with sense making. And an example you already saw in some of the previous talks. For example, the farmer innovators we work with are pretty self-conscious. So they know that they have an important role, and they take that role, and they have a reputation. And being involved in innovation gives them a higher reputation within their social system. And they are conscious of it. And the second thing is that is often overlooked. Clearly, technological innovation has intended use, but any major innovation has what is technically called different affordances. There are different things you can do with it. So it has multiple possible uses. And much of it is unanticipated. And I think the internet and the web are good examples of that. The internet of 30 years ago is a totally different thing than it is now. So what you find in the literature is that technology is not adopted, but as Mirjam said this morning, it's appropriated by people in different ways. And that goes with a selection of uses you are interested in or not, but also a very common aspect of phenomenon is adaptation and reinvention. So in that sense, innovation is co-produced by the people who are adopting it. And this is typically, it's social, it's open-ended, both in terms of positive and negative consequences. Then we come to the power relationships. It's socially constructed, not so the individual level idea, I think, is very limiting, and much of it is emergent. And an interesting example is actually what Sa and Wendelien talked about, regreening, sustainable land management, farmer managed natural regeneration. It's agro-innovation that is based on technological innovations that have been locally and regionally invented. So it's focused on indigenous knowledge, that's a key thing. And it's very much grassroots and bottom-up. And actually that was a reason that we were attracted to work with these people, because of this attitude. And this is what Sa also already pointed out. Development paradigms really suffer from a very much top-down innovation model. And here, the Green Revolution was simply a very big failure. So I think these kinds of approaches stand a much better chance to be adopted, transformed, and make people life better than the top-down models. Interestingly, the Director General for International Cooperation of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the Netherlands has recently launched a regional program in the Sahel and Horn of Africa called Enhancing Food and Water Security for Rural Economic Development. It's pretty big, 40 million euro for 5 years in 5 countries, including Mali, Burkina, Niger, Ethiopia, and Kenya. And what is pretty unique is that it starts, the principle is start work from the grassroots innovations from Africa itself and try to support the knowledge sharing and work from there. Like all research groups, we are applying for grants to do the work we want to do. And what you often see then is that there are donor organizations that have a lot of money, and they have a certain perspective, in this case on development reality, which is, as we see, totally different from the real stakeholders on the ground, for example, in West Africa. For example, you have to produce a logical framework that is very much, okay, we have some science, we apply it, then we measure the results of the intervention, and then we know whether it works or not. This is totally idiotic, I think, but this is the kind of mold you are forced in. So this is really, and actually you are forced to write a proposal like that, but this is really an example of top-down, outside-in, linear, mechanistic, deterministic models of research and application. They are contested. There's an interesting book by Ben Ramalingam, Aid on the Edge of Chaos. And he analyzes what is wrong with the standard development paradigm. Basically, his conclusion is it is neglect of process dynamics, learning, nonlinear feedback loops, and the role of social networks in innovation. And what you might simply say, if you read the innovation theory literature, the typical development paradigm is still suffering from the classical innovation diffusion model that dates back to 1943 and comes from the United States Agricultural Extension Service. So there is a need for models and approaches that do justice to the characteristics of real innovation, real world innovation, in this case of ICT. Technology is not adopted, but appropriated and changed by people who adopt it. ICT produces a range of potential capabilities that must be investigated and experimented with and adapted with the real stakeholders themselves. And that implies that you don't want to have a linear, simple model from A to B to C, but, and now I come to Habermas, you need a discursive project model, and that's what we try to implement, where it is possible to learn along the road and then adapt things. So that is what we're trying to achieve. And actually, there are models like that. For example, in what is called agile software development, it's different from what in ICT is called the waterfall model, and the idea is that you do very short cycles, check and test with your users, and in that way grow your application. So there are alternatives actually available. ICT is not just information and communication. What I think is pretty much key, the awareness of that is still not at the level as it should be. They are instruments for all kinds of forms of social networking. And I think the interesting examples that we saw, for example, Radio Marché, is useful because it helps, in this case, farmers to organize themselves. And ICT helps with that. So in the same way as the quote from Marx, to come to Marx, is that the liberation of the working class must be the work of the working class itself. Also, here, clearly technologies embody power relationships, but you can try to change these power relationships if you organize yourself. And that is something ICT could also help in a little bit. But organization and right partnering on the ground, and here a lot of civil society issues come in, is a key thing in the first place, and ICT might play a role. And finally, you saw work from us carried out in Mali. We will continue that, but now we have contracts and agreements with partners in Africa, for example, in the context of the DEGIS project. So we are going to work, or we already work now in Burkina Faso. We were there 2 weeks ago. We will start work in Niger, and interestingly, the African partners are contracting us in for doing this ICT work. And via another contract, we will start work with STAR in Ghana. One of the applications, and this is kind of linked data thing, is there's a lot of interest in data about rain and rainfall. And there's an interesting combination of our national and international systems that give some information, but also both in Mali and in Burkina, farmers are collecting data on it because they have a direct interest, and that is broadcast on the radio. But the local systems of this data productions are not connected to the global system. So here's an interesting challenge for open data people. And this is an app developed by Chris van Aert, who does this extreme agile programming kind of stuff. And we want to connect the on-the-ground data collecting activity with global, with national, but also global, for example, US Geological Survey. So this is one of the new lines of research we are embarking. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, Hans, thank you very much for this very interesting talk. I think we have somebody who will ask you a question, and that is Denise Snelder. Where is Denise? There's Denise. Denise is a colleague of mine from the International Office, and she is an expert on water and sustainable land management. Is that right? Okay, Denise.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation, and also the two views that you try to present, the relation between ICT and development. Somehow it reminded a little bit about the way you explain it about the deductive and inductive models. I don't know whether you can make that connection. But my question is actually a more general one, and I was wondering, when you work with farmers, you easily, or we easily associate it with science and life sciences and with social sciences, but not so easily with ICT and informatics and computer science. And when working also in Africa, and you supervise students over there, also PhD students, sometimes it's very difficult to get students to the field and to get them work with farmers. And I think I could imagine, particularly with students from ICT, it would not be easy to bring them to the field. Or I was just wondering, what is your experience with that? Can you get across this message that you just presented, these different views? Do they grasp it? Do they become enthusiastic to go and work with farmers in the field?
I think that that depends. So generally, it's difficult to say, but we travel up and down with a pretty big team already for quite a number of years and do our field trips and experiments. And clearly, that is not possible for everyone. So that's why I try to argue that you should have more general research challenges where other people can contribute. For students, it's also mixed. It's pretty costly. On the other hand, there is quite a lot of interest. So but I do think that at least not everyone has to do the same kind of stuff. So my argument is that this kind of work must be done by someone, and there must be a place for it, which does not mean that there can't be a space for, say, more top-down type of research. That's your choice. But I do think that this kind of on-the-ground, bottom-up kind of activities is essential. If it is not there, it will not work. And ICT4D will die. And in that sense, I agree with Tim. But I'm a little bit more, I'm looking at the constructive side. What can we actually do rather than just criticize? Then I think we bring a lot of stuff that are of interest for other researchers. So I think our open data kind of thing will interest, as a case, quite a lot of other people that can think about it and deliver better algorithms for us, because we cannot cover that. And I think very much the same holds for students. They are as different as other people.
Yeah, I'm just asking this particular question because it's important that it will be internalized, and it's not that we go all the time over there and bring our ideas and theories, and it should also be that locally it's being accepted, and students can grasp the interest of also working with farmers in the field.
Yeah, so well, I think Sa can say much more about it because you have students there. What we try to do is find local partners that can take on the stuff that we have developed. Clearly, we cannot continue to do this. So that's why we do believe in open models of innovation, for example, open source model, open access model, because the stuff is available for who is interested in it, and we have the capabilities also to do teaching or training, and we are looking, for example, also for local ICT companies that would like to take on this kind of stuff. My experience is that actually farmers are much more innovative than ICT companies in West Africa. So it's easier for us to partner with the farmer innovators because they know what they want to do and can tell us what kind of use they can make of ICT. And ICT companies are still very much in the mode, oh, give me a contract and I will do what you say, which is not the kind of commitment we would like to have.
Okay, let's thank the speaker and the questionnaire again. And that brings me to the very long breakout session we're going to have now. Of course, I'm kidding. So what we'll do, you put up all these nice post-its, so we're not going to leave it untouched. So some of them have fallen down, so that also make the data a bit dirtier. But what we'll do is we will look at them and post the results online and make it open for discussion. And also we invite you to, during the drinks, have discussions centered around the poster boards and specifically what your different views on this are. So that we don't eat further in our drinks time. But before we turn our heads the other way around, I would like to thank, first of all, the sponsors that made this possible. So this was made possible by the few computer science departments, but also by the international office. So that shows a bit the multidisciplinary nature, and also the Network Institute, which is actually an institute that crosses social science and computer science boundaries of the VU. I'm also very happy to thank again all the speakers, all the people that asked questions, but also you, the audience that's here and that follow us live from Liberia or Nigeria or the Netherlands, even I heard. And of course, then I would like to close by thanking everybody who helped organize this symposium. So I'd like to thank my co-moderator, Amadou. Thank you. I'd like to give special thanks to Stefan Schlobach, who in many ways was the father of this idea. So he thought my idea was, let's do like one guest speaker for the poor students, and then Stefan said, no, let's make this an international event and let's invite everybody, and then I'll sit back and watch you spell. So thank you, Stefan, for that, and also thanks. And then I'd like to thank Christoph, Wendelien, and Hans for their very valuable input in organizing this. And finally, Bert and Mojca, who are in the back, and I have made sure that you don't dry out completely and are refilled with drinks. So thank you very much. Did I forget anyone? No? Then please turn 180 degrees and have drinks, and please enjoy the discussions. Thank you very much for this. I think it was a very useful and insightful day. So thanks a lot.
And thanks to you. So, we leave it today.